guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. President Biden says he will not stop working to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He was speaking on the one-year anniversary of the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Services have been taking place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used the occasion to vow that he will keep on fighting to defend Israel's security.
Since that black day, we have been fighting. This is the war of our existence, the war of resurrection. We will end the war when we complete all the goals we set, collapsing the evil rule of Hamas.
And the Israeli military is telling people on Lebanon's southern coast to stay off beaches as it plans to launch operations there soon. President Biden lit a memorial candle at the White House on Monday, honouring the memory of those killed on October the 7th. In a statement, he also expressed deep sadness over the loss of Palestinian lives in Gaza and what he called the ongoing suffering of civilians as a result of the war that Hamas unleashed. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate return of all hostages still held by Hamas and said the violence in the Middle East must stop.
The region cannot endure another year of this. Civilians on all sides have suffered too much. All sides must now step back from the brink and find the courage of restraint.
Tomer Kashet's cousin was kidnapped alongside his wife and 2 children last year.
My worst fear is that the world will move on to the next thing. The war will move on to the next war, to the next location. The moment that we will stop talking about the hostages is the moment that they will die.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been taking place in many parts of the world today, including the British city of Birmingham. Soraya Hussein organised a vigil there, attended by hundreds of people.
During the past 365 days, what we've seen is over 42,000 people lose their lives, and with tens of thousands more missing. It's unbearable to watch one of the worst humanitarian crises that we've had to witness unfold before our eyes.
In other news, Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. FSN's North America correspondent Benji Hire reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at President Biden's plans to meet allies in Germany later this week to discuss strategies in Ukraine as President Volodymyr Zelensky's forces prepare for winter. They suffered a big loss last week as Russia captured the Donbas city of Vuhledar, the latest in a series of losses in eastern Ukraine that are raising questions about Moscow's current strategic advantage. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The Vuhledar fall is concerning, perhaps not in and of itself, but because of a set of dominoes that could be lining up where the Russians take one strategically important hub after another from this whole theater that Ukrainians had been holding on to tenaciously, and where they had inflicted heavy Russian casualties 2 years ago. Now the Russians are said to have kind of beefed up with a new crop of well-paid volunteers, according to some reports. So it's a tough moment for the Ukrainians. They are eagerly looking for some capabilities to be able to really create some harm and some pause on the Russian side. Their incursion into Kursk has not had the intended effect. And so they are looking for some sort of a firm commitment.
And that is putting pressure on President Biden, who will meet with leaders of the quartet that brings the US together with Germany, France and the UK. He'll also preside over a meeting of the 32-nation Ukraine Contact Group as calls grow for the provision of fresh assistance to Kyiv. The main news again, services have taken place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas on October the 7th of last year. Pro-Palestinian peace vigils have also taken place in the region and globally. And Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. And that is the latest feature story news. Simon Marks reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to
microphone. It is go time. Or shall we say, showtime? Welcome back. Welcome aboard. As we get set for a brand new day. A.K.A. Tuesday. Closing out the greatest day of the week. Hopefully your week's off to a good start. I know a lot of folks starting off their week, they'd much rather be starting in a different way. As hundreds of thousands are essentially stuck in traffic. Yes, bumper to bumper, highways out of Florida backed up for miles as panicked residents try to get out. Ahead of Milton later this week. What a difference a day can make. I don't know if we've ever seen intensification of a hurricane of this magnitude, this speed. Going from a Category 1 24 hours ago, Category 5 at this hour, which is the highest rating on the scale. So with the intensification we saw early Monday, yes, many mandatory evacuations are underway. Hillsborough County, home to nearly 1.5 million people, the Tampa Bay area. Residents are scrambling. Local leadership orders the evacuation of zones A and B, essentially anyone living along the coast or just outside. Yeah, the fire chief said we have ordered evacuations for zones A and B for a very good reason. After the destruction we saw with Helene, many are heeding those warnings. Getting out ASAP, I-75, 275, leading out of the Tampa Bay area. We're essentially nearly at a standstill all day long. According to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, supermarket shelves around Tampa Bay barren as evacuees grab what they can before hitting the road. Some have taken to X to share intel about stocked stores, who's got supplies. Other businesses are offering protections against floods like complimentary sandbags with purchases. Gas stations across the state experiencing fuel shortages as well, making it more difficult to get out. Florida Governor DeSantis said the state has deployed 250,000 gallons of gas to help shore up supply. 315,000 more gallons were en route as of Monday, according to WINK. Tampa doing what we can to protect and support the community, offering free parking in garages with at least 3 floors to keep cars above potential flooding. National Guard has been called in advance. Tropicana Field, usually the home to the Tampa Bay Rays, being converted into a shelter for the soldiers, of course, following Helene's landfall, which killed 14 across 4 Tampa Bay area counties. Local officials are making sure every resident knows just how bad and deadly a Category 5 storm will be. This is going to be a surge event. It's going to be a rain event, according to Tampa's mayor. It's going to be a wind event, and if it stays on the predicted trajectory, we're in for a once-in-a-century storm here with Milton. This is the real deal, as he put it. Even outside the Tampa Bay area, folks are considering fleeing as businesses start to close ahead of the hurricane. Some say we're technically in a non-evac zone, but we're thinking of leaving due to the surge anyway. Not sure what to do here. I'm hoping I don't lose my job if I evacuate. Of course, for decades, they've talked about a major hurricane hitting Tampa Bay, the right way, and how catastrophic that would be. This storm, at least at this point, is shaping up this way. The storm is something that should make people seriously heed any warnings that are coming out. Milton expected to cut through the state starting Wednesday. or Wednesday evening, and by Thursday, it's still expected to be a hurricane in strength by the time it reaches the east coast of Florida. They are anticipating some weakening from the Category 5 that we have at this point in time. The storm's expected to begin encountering a bit more wind shear as it moves further to the north. That will actually cause the wind field to expand, which would bring more storm surge to broader areas along the coast. Going back to 8 o'clock, the 8 o'clock Eastern Time advisory, 7 o'clock, Eastern, 8 o'clock. Either way, this storm had reached 180 mile per hour winds. The central pressure had dropped below 900. And according to, Milton joins a class of only 5 other hurricanes that have had a central pressure, which the central pressure tells you the strength of the storm. It had dropped down to 890-some millibars. The 11 p.m. Eastern update states Milton is moving toward the east at about 9 miles per hour. That general motion expected through the night, followed by a turn toward the east-northeast and northeast on Tuesday and Wednesday. On that track, the center is forecast to move near or just north of the Yucatan tonight and Tuesday, then crossing the eastern Gulf of Mexico, approaching the west coast of Florida on Wednesday. The 11 p.m. advisory had sustained winds down a bit to near 165 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts. Milton is a potentially catastrophic Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind skill. Fluctuations in intensity are expected. These things kind of pulse up and down, up and down. Milton is forecast to remain an extremely dangerous hurricane through landfall in Florida. Right now, it's still considered a rather compact storm. Hurricane force winds extending outward up to 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extending outward up to 80 miles from the center. The 11 p.m. advisory from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft observations had it at 914 millibars. As far as the central pressure, I see Jay had posted from one of the local media outlets, the prognosticators there in Florida, where they stated it looks like a compact little eye wall replacement cycle may have happened with Milton. It could actually make another run at a new low as far as the central pressure is concerned. See, with these eye walls, they do tend to regenerate and fluctuate. So that's what we're seeing at this point in time. We've got all the latest as far as the evacuations are concerned. I can't help but wonder about friends like our greatest day of the week, Captain Ron there, who was actually out there rolling on the highways 24 hours ago. He is in that region, supposedly the non-evac zone in the Tampa Bay area. But are you folks going to try to get out? Are you having second thoughts about staying? We know Philip had boarded up. He was working on Monday. I expect Orlando is still expecting to, like Disney's going to be open, they say, for Tuesday. Yeah, still question marks. I can't imagine they'd be open on Wednesday, but because they've actually got hurricane warnings that extend that far inland to encompass the likes of Orlando. Hurricane warnings really extend almost across the entirety of the state in the central portions of the state. I did see someone questioning, hey, what's going on with diesel prices? Diesel up 30, 40 cents a gallon here. What's happening? At least one oil and gas platform in the Gulf shuttered this past day. Florida ports imposing restrictions on vessel navigation. Most infrastructure of energy infrastructure on the U.S. Gulf Coast, including oil and gas production facilities, liquefied natural gas plants, and refineries, are expected to be out of the storm's path. But the closure of terminals could temporarily disrupt exports and imports. Florida was the 6th largest state exporter last year. Meteorologists forecasting a 10 to 15-foot storm surge, as well as a 140-mile-per-hour wind gust, and could see 2 feet of rain along portions of the Florida Gulf Coast in the area that Milton makes landfall, probably near Tampa. As I mentioned, some weakening is anticipated before it reaches the west coast of Florida by Wednesday, but is forecast to still be an extremely dangerous hurricane, a.k.a. major hurricane. President Biden has approved an emergency declaration for Florida, the White House urging folks in the path to take immediate action and make preparations. Electricity provider Duke Energy said they're mobilizing about 10,000 responders in Florida as they prepare for more than 1 million power outages. Energy producer Chevron stating Monday that all staff from their Blind Faith platform have been transported and that facility has been shuttered. Now, that's about 160 miles southeast of New Orleans. That's Chevron's deepest water development in the world, produces oil from 4 wells and has 2 flow lines that route crude and gas to a platform moored in 6,500 feet of water. Production from Chevron's other operated Gulf assets remain at normal levels, they say. Oil and gas producer Woody Energy said they are monitoring conditions in the Gulf, plan to deploy a response plan to deal with the storm if necessary. The ports of Cedar Key and Sand Key were shut to vessel traffic, while Key West is preparing to close early today, Tuesday. The U.S. Coast Guard said navigation restrictions were imposed at almost all remaining ports in Florida, including Miami, Port Everglades, Palm Beach, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Fort Myers, Seaport Manatee, Panama City, St. Joe, Port Canaveral, Jacksonville, and Fernandina. Other ports in Mississippi and Alabama that handle oil and fuel imports and exports, including Pascagoula and Mobile, remained open on Monday, according to the Coast Guard there. LNG facilities on the Gulf Coast are mostly out of the path of the storm. However, the U.S. exports marginal volumes of LNG in ISO containers from the ports of Miami and Fort Lauderdale, according to the Energy Department there. I know Horse Feathers is pretty much, I guess, according to what I'm seeing on the screener, you've almost wrapped up a work day and headed back to the home 20. How'd you get done so quick?
Well, we got a problem with this time of year is that they restart hiring the seasonal help. So the guys that just work in the wintertime there, they try to get them as early as they can and bring them on. And then, of course, we're not busy yet. So they think instead of taking care of the people that work for them all year long, they got to cut our work to give them work to make sure they don't go anywhere to one of the other competitors.
Oh, okay.
So they take my work away from me to give to somebody else because we're not union and we don't have seniority or anything. So whatever they deem to give us is what we get.
Gotcha.
So anyways, are we supposed to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. Is it midweek for us? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a hump day. We get done to this, we're 2 down, 2 to go, So sorry about your luck. Everybody's got to work Friday. But anyways, yeah, so how's that insurance? How's that vacation insurance work with this boat trip we got? If Miami's closed in the airport to air travel and we don't get there for the ship, do we get like a full refund or what happens with all this?
Those sort of things have all kind of come to mind. That's why we all we got the travel insurance. That was automatically on the cost of our cruise, unless you specifically told Stephanie to cancel it. So I guess there's various kinds, but I don't know. Horse feathers, I'm thinking we're going to be all right. Looks like the storm's going to cross Wednesday into Thursday. Yeah, Miami is under tropical storm watch. Yeah, they may encounter some tropical storm force winds there on Thursday. I do know that some of the flights Thursday, like Gail and Tina, they all got messages from their airlines this past day telling them to pay close attention, that their flights could be delayed, maybe into Friday. I don't know. It could get a little topsy-turvy. And obviously, this is we already know Tampa Airport shuts down at 9 o'clock this morning. I think Orlando Airport will be shutting down at some point today as well. And there was one other airport I know that's fully shutting operations. That is probably going to increase. Yeah, flights in and out of Miami. Of course, planes don't want to fly through the likes of a hurricane. I don't know how difficult it is to go around, but undoubtedly there's going to be impacts statewide.
Well, other thing is that if the flights don't go in and the flights don't go out, then the planes aren't where they need to be.
Correct.
Get to exchanging airports to make connections to go back to where they got to go back to. So all the schedules are going to be off. So we're kind of hoping that we come in Friday afternoon. That I know you guys are doing Friday morning, but we were coming in the afternoon on Friday. So we're hoping things are kind of settled out by that. But yeah, we got the notification from Southwest. Watch your flights, status, and make sure that it's not delayed or canceled. And just so, anyways, I don't know. We'll see what we can do there. But hope for all the best there for everybody to fare the storm. But Florida, not that they're not going to have problems with it, but they've gotten kind of on track on how to deal with it. The terrain deals with the water a lot better. I mean, what are they, like 6 inches above sea level or something?
Some places.
State of Florida?
Well, some places.
Yeah.
Captain Ron last night said he thought he was about 50 feet above sea level, if I heard him correct.
Okay. Yeah. So anyways, I mean, you get a big storm surge that's 20, 25 feet. I mean, that's halfway up the height of what you're, but anyways, so I don't know. We'll see how it works out. But yeah, I was watching yesterday morning there we found some new channels there because we started looking at the digital TV, the new Air TV, and so we're doing that and watching some of the called Roku or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole bunch of channels on that we're watching for free. And so we're watching some of the weather stuff come in. Now, they were talking about the two jet streams there. We got a northern jet stream and a southern jet stream. And
right.
They said if the northern jet stream is dominant, it'll make the storm stay further south and affect closer to the Keys and Miami. And if the southern jet stream is more dominant, it makes like a hook down and up, so that'll let the storm go up more towards
further north,
the Panhandle and up in that area. And if the two jet streams are equaling each other and kind of canceling each other out, well, the storm might just go somewhere in the middle there. So just be ready for it to be somewhere on the west side of Florida, they said.
Yep.
It's like, well, okay. So anyways, I don't know. So we'll just have to watch and see which jet stream is the prevailing one, or if they cancel each other out and where they all go. But I don't know if you got any update on that at all. But it was all kind of interesting to watch that. And they were just, those weather guys, they're just talking around in circles and if this and if that and if this and if that.
Yes, a lot of ifs.
That's right. If ifs and buts were gifts and nuts, every day be Christmas.
That's the truth. Yeah, I did
anyway.
Talk to Double R. I gave him a call about 11 o'clock because, I was just curious, are they still trying to get him into Orlando? And turns out he made one delivery there somewhere in Georgia. I think he was headed for Brunswick maybe. But anyway, he's broke down.
Oh, no.
Yes. Their truck is in the shop, and what is it, a kingpin, I think? Kingpin or something. He said the front end started shuddering. So he took it into a Flying J, and it'll probably take most of the day tomorrow, they said, for them to repair it. So I guess the way things stand, he made it sound like he's going to have Juanita get in the pickup truck, and I think she's about 300 miles away from where they're at the TA. Just come pick him up and leave the truck there till he gets back from the cruise.
Okay, so they might repower his trail. You have Reliable come and repower the load and have somebody else
pick up that truck.
After.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So, all right. Well, that's good to hear. Bad to hear. Sorry to hear that it broke down, but anyways, hopefully everything works out.
And I can't believe they were actually still trying to talk about headed down into Florida, and he was asking him. He said we've got these evacuations right now. They haven't done the contraflow thing that I mentioned last evening, where they've got all traffic just going north to get the hell out, but they are allowing people to use like the breakdown lane to create an additional traffic lane. So if you've got 4 lanes of traffic right now, it's 5, and there's bottlenecks everywhere. All right, horse feathers, I got to get to the news break here, bottom of the hour. But, all right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking. And I guess we won't hear from horse feathers in that loneliest hour this morning. He'll be snoozing by that point in time. It is 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. President Biden says he will not stop working to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He was speaking on the 1-year anniversary of the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Services have been taking place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used the occasion to vow that he will keep on fighting to defend Israel's security.
Since that black day, we have been fighting. This is the war of our existence, the war of resurrection. We will end the war when we complete all the goals we set, collapsing the evil rule of Hamas.
And the Israeli military is telling people on Lebanon's southern coast to stay off beaches as it plans to launch operations there soon. President Biden lit a memorial candle at the White House on Monday, honouring the memory of those killed on October the 7th. In a statement, he also expressed deep sadness over the loss of Palestinian lives in Gaza and what he called the ongoing suffering of civilians as a result of the war that Hamas unleashed. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate return of all hostages still held by Hamas and said the violence in the Middle East must stop.
The region cannot endure another year of this. Civilians on all sides have suffered too much. All sides must now step back from the brink and find the courage of restraint.
Tomer Kashet's cousin was kidnapped alongside his wife and 2 children last year.
My worst fear is that the world will move on to the next thing. The war will move on to the next war, to the next location. The moment that we will stop talking about the hostages is the moment that they will die.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been taking place in many parts of the world today, including the British city of Birmingham. Soraya Hussein organised a vigil there, attended by hundreds of people.
During the past 365 days, what we've seen is over 42,000 people lose their lives, and with tens of thousands more missing. It's unbearable to watch one of the worst humanitarian crises that we've had to witness unfold before our eyes.
In other news, Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. FSN's North America correspondent Benji Hire reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Yeah, a little bit earlier this evening, the wife got a message from our friends Kimberly and Rick, who have been with us on numerous cruises over the years. They typically make it like a 2-week vacation. I think the previous cruise they had gone down to spend a couple days with friends in South Carolina, and then they were planning to drive on down to Miami later this week. They drove 15 hours this past day to get to their reservation in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, only to have a knock on the door literally within hours telling them, you got to evacuate. What? Yeah, that's on the east side, but you're going to have the wraparound, and so they're evacuating. So she messaged Lisa, I guess they're back in the car. They're going to try to just drive on down to Miami now and hoping and praying they'll be able to find a place to stay for a few days. The plan was to be in New Smyrna Beach for 3 or 4 days, then head on down to Miami there for the cruise. So, yeah, some of our friends being disrupted already. Undoubtedly, there's more. Let me give you the latest on air travel disruptions. All right. Expected to make landfall as at least a Category 3 Wednesday night or in the early morning hours there Thursday. Yeah, possible record storm surge for the Tampa area. Flooding is a risk throughout the state. We already know evacuation orders in counties along the West Coast, including Charlotte, Citrus, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, and Pasco counties. Several airports have already announced temporary closures, full closures ahead of landfall. Tampa International Airport. Operations will cease at 9 o'clock this morning and closed to the public until they can assess any damage after the storm. According to airport officials, the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport just outside of Tampa will close at 12:30, just after the noon hour today. After its last flight departs, that will remain closed Wednesday and Thursday. That airport is in a mandatory evacuation zone. It is not a public shelter, according to airport officials. So prepare and stay safe. The Sarasota-Bradenton International Airport in Sarasota will close at 4 p.m. Tuesday afternoon and reopen once it is safe to do so, according to officials there. Commercial operations will stop at the Orlando Executive Airport starting at 10 p.m. this evening, Tuesday evening, and at the Orlando International Airport starting at 8 a.m. Wednesday. Both of those say they'll reopen as soon as it's safe. While these airports will cease commercial operations, they will not be closed to emergency aid and relief flights that have been coming in the wake of Helene. They will remain open as necessary, according to officials. Commercial operations, meanwhile, will resume as soon as possible based on damage assessment after the storm. Amtrak announcing they will operate a modified schedule due to the storm. According to the changes, trains on the Silver Service route will terminate at Jacksonville. That was actually as of yesterday. So through Thursday, they will not continue south along. Typically, this Silver Service line goes to Orlando, Tampa, Miami. Select trains on the Silver Service route will also originate at Jacksonville from Tuesday through Friday. The Auto Train service, which runs between the Washington, D.C. and Orlando areas, canceled Tuesday through Thursday. Brightline, which is Florida's high-speed rail, is also adjusting some of their scheduled trips, including ceasing operations on Wednesday and Thursday between West Palm Beach and Orlando. They simply say we will resume operations after assessment of track conditions once the storm has passed. And sometimes that can take some time. According to the Post on X, advising passengers with reservations to refer to their email for continued updates. There's going to be a lot of folks impacted. Let's just look at some of the key takeaways from AccuWeather's update here a couple of hours ago. Life-threatening, highly destructive storm surge will occur near and just south of where that eye wall moves ashore, with a damaging storm surge north and well south of the eye. Of course, flooding, rain, damaging wind gust will occur in many areas of the peninsula. Hurricane conditions throughout the I-4 corridor. And literally just days after Helene's devastating impacts. This is an unusual, extremely concerning forecast track for a hurricane approaching the Tampa Bay area. Milton could create a record life-threatening storm surge. Make sure your family and friends in this area are prepared. What we witnessed on Monday, though, Milton transitioned in 24 hours from a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm at 10 a.m. Sunday morning to a 155-mile-per-hour Cat 4 by 10 a.m. Monday morning. That nearly triples the threshold that defines rapid intensification of 35 miles per hour in 24 hours. By 11 a.m. Central Monday, Milton reached 160 mile per hour sustained, putting it in the Category 5 intensity. Expected to remain in that Category 4 or 5 over the south central and eastern Gulf of Mexico before weakening a bit, making landfall late Wednesday along the west coast of Florida. Prior to the 1 p.m. update this past afternoon, sustained winds had hit 175 miles per hour. 4 p.m., it was at 180 miles per hour. It still maintained that 180 intensity at the 7 p.m. Central update. AccuWeather says the ocean heat content is pretty much at the highest level on record for this time of year in the Gulf. Despite the recent passage of Helene that churned the waters up a bit. But these waters, these warm waters, act like rocket fuel for Milton, which allowed rapid intensification. Some slight fluctuation in peak intensity is anticipated. Even if the peak wind slips a bit prior to landfall, impacts are forecast to be dangerous, extreme, and even locally catastrophic. This is going to continue to generate large waves and storm surge well in advance of arrival. So any slight drop in wind intensity prior to landfall based on an ingestion of dry air and an increase in wind shear, or what meteorologists refer to as an eye wall replacement cycle, will do little as far as lessening the impacts from the tremendous energy this storm has already built up. The impacts will be nothing short of extreme ahead of and around the time of landfall. This has the potential to become one of Florida's most damaging and costly hurricanes, bringing a variety of life-threatening dangers, an extreme storm surge along the coast, destructive winds, and major flooding to one of the most densely populated areas of Florida, the I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando. Perhaps the most concerning aspect will be a dangerous storm surge along the west coast. At this time, the worst surge is expected from Bradenton to Tampa Bay. It could be a historic 15 to 20 feet. Now, AccuWeather says storm surge in central Florida could, in some places, exceed 20 feet. Now, this would result in widespread, catastrophic damage not seen in this part of Florida in modern history. Now, we're talking well into the second floor of buildings and homes. Should Milton track a bit further south, making landfall south of Tampa, the surge in Tampa Bay can remain dangerous, but it will not be as extreme. That sort of a track would also greatly increase the risk of damaging inundation in areas that experienced widespread disruption from Ian back in 2022, including the likes of Fort Myers, Naples, and Charlotte Harbor. A storm surge of at least 3 to 6 feet is likely over a much larger stretch of the west coast Florida, from around Naples north to Cedar Key, and a portion of the Atlantic coast from near Cape Canaveral to St. Augustine. And I guess that's why they put the word out there for the likes of New Smyrna Beach. You know, you've got your hotel reservations right along the coast. Nope, the water's coming. And for communities along the west coast of Florida, they say this is likely to be a long-duration storm surge. It could last for 2 to 3 days as winds gradually shift from southwest to west to northwest as the storm approaches and then moves inland. Subtle shifts in the track and the shape of the coast can greatly affect where the worst surge occurs. Changes in intensity can also ramp up the dangers. You know, the effects of storm surge amplified because many have witnessed the damage just days ago from Helene, which led to a loss of life just a matter of weeks ago. In the Tampa Bay area, Helene actually resulted in storm surges, some cases 6 to 10 feet. We saw a lot of property damage. An additional major disaster on top of previous damage compounds the impact and the risk. As we were talking to Philip last evening, all this debris that is literally lining the streets of homes where areas that were impacted by Helene, much of that will subsequently again become floating debris. And of course, with the winds potentially projectiles, making for very dangerous conditions for anyone outdoors. All right, much more to come on that. We'll get to the inbred redneck coming up here. I believe Glenn is going to check in there from Florida first. Right after this quick timeout, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, what do you say? Closing out the greatest day of the week. We transfer, turn the page on the calendar. 8th day of October, October 8th of 24 coming on. I believe Glenn is in Florida. Good morning, Glenn.
Hey, how are you, Steve?
I'm doing well. Give us a full report. What do you have?
Oh, man, I tell you, I come out of Atlanta tonight, and probably right about the 101 there, about Cordele, Georgia, I noticed the traffic going north. I'm on 75. And it's just been a steady flow of headlights. And I'm about, Lake City here or so, and 100 miles into Georgia, and I'm about maybe 30, 40 miles into Florida now, and it's just steady. Truck stops are completely full. The hotels, it looks like it's chaos in the parking lots. People just going around trying to find a place to park, get a room, whatever. It's just quite the thing to see. You know, I've been here for a long time and haven't been through this type of evacuation before. But
can't help but wonder about the number of people. I mean, how are they able to keep the fuel supplied at the gas stations and the truck stops with all the traffic all backed up? I mean,
I've seen a lot of fuel trucks pass me tonight.
Okay.
South, so might be something to that. And Lyman's trucks, the three guys, the Lyman, see a lot of their equipment going down the road too. Even Sunday, I was coming up from Vero Beach. I play in the George Strait band, and we had a show down there, and I was coming back, and I told the wife, I said, "Wow, look at all these trucks rolling up 95 here. Something's really going to go on with this storm," and it sure did. But my plan is, I'm just going to get this load to the yard, drop the trailer, and go by and pick up the wife and the puppy, throw them in the big truck, and we're going to head north somewhere.
So where is your
for a day or two.
Where would your home 20 in Florida typically be?
I'm in Eustis, Florida, which is close to Leesburg, right at the Harris chain of lakes, and they've already lowered the lakes about 1.5 feet. My wife told me today, just preparing for all the water. Of course, it's rained for the last 3 days now.
Yeah, ahead of the storm, everything's saturated. Yeah,
and that hurts because the ground is so wet the trees are just going to topple. I mean, the palm trees, which I've got several. I'm going to do what I can when I get home, put some ropes on them, stakes in the ground, whatever. I'm going to try to keep them from falling on the house. But just what you got to do. Is do what you got to do down here.
All right. Well, good luck on your trek getting out of there before all you know what breaks loose.
Yeah, it's about to. And like I say, it's quite the thing to see all of this traffic going north. It's just nothing but headlights, and then you look in your mirror and it's just nothing but tail lights.
I mean, I saw some news outlets saying that as many as like 7 million people. Have you heard any of the numbers?
You know, I was listening to something on the Weather Channel today. They were saying some stats. Like Pinellas County, I used to live there in Indian Rocks Beach. I think it's like 3.5 million people in that one county, or at least the Tampa area.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was like 3 million. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. That's just a lot of people.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, and boy, I'm seeing them leave town tonight. I mean, it's amazing to see all these headlights coming at me.
Mm. And I got a feel for
like being in a Stephen King movie or something.
I feel for the guys that are actually out there trying to move some freight, and for people like Cap and Ron and whatnot. I mean,
oh yeah,
if they want you out there trying to deliver tonight, and it's like, well, you got to get your family ready to ride out the storm too.
Yeah, that's like who I drive for is Kroger, you know, and they're gonna be shutting down so their employees can go home and get their families all in order and do what they got to do. So they're not going to be receiving after I think 4:00 tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
So guys will be sitting outside the gate, I guess. I guess I'm fortunate to get out of there early tonight. So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for the update there, amazing. Glenn. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah.
I guess maybe, well, we probably won't talk to you before the end of the week because you're going to evacuate, and we won't talk to you till we get back from our cruise if all goes according to plan.
Oh, it'll go to plan. It always does.
All right.
And I'll expect a full report, too. So.
Yes. I anxiously anticipate bringing that your way, maybe on the 22nd of October. Okay, yeah, so the rainfall is going to be another issue. As he mentioned there, they've seen lots of rain the last several days. The threat posed by heavy rain will precede Milton's arrival by several days. I mean, we've seen tropical downpours over the Florida Peninsula over the weekend, through the day Monday. It's going to continue today in some cases. These bursts of rain can actually trigger their own incidents of flash flooding and travel delays for those trying to evacuate and make preparations in advance of Milton. When all is said and done, Milton and the precursor rains here will bring many inches of rain, a large area, 8 to 12 inches, through central and northeastern Florida, including the Tampa-St. Pete area, Orlando, Jacksonville. And a lot of that rain's going to fall in a short amount of time, along with the certainty of nearly immediate urban flooding from torrential downpours that will follow a surge of water and flooding on area freshwater lakes and rivers, including the St. Johns, Hillsborough, Imperial, the Peace River. And some of this could linger for a few weeks. For rainfall, an incredible 30 inches could fall. Although Florida's soil, as we know, is very sandy, usually handles large amounts of rain, there's going to be a whole lot of runoff here. Damaging winds well in excess of 100 miles per hour. We could see gusts approaching 165 near the point of landfall. Continuing through Wednesday night into Thursday. Now, as Milton ultimately crosses the peninsula, Florida's only about like 90 miles across, west to east. You'll see those hurricane conditions experienced in the likes of Orlando, Titusville, Daytona Beach. The magnitude and scope of powerful winds will lead to widespread structural damage, downed trees and electric lines, long-lasting power outages, just like we've seen in parts of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina from Helene, and some of the most potent hurricanes to blast Florida over the years. Some of these outages could actually last a week or more. Gusty winds well away from the center, tropical storm force winds, expected to occur well to the north, all the way to the coast of Georgia, maybe in the Carolinas, to the south, all the way around the Miami area and the Florida Keys. Of course, then you've got possible tornadoes spawned by the hurricane that could lead to pockets of more severe damage across all the Florida peninsula. Real quick, AccuWeather says, historically, the path this storm is expected to take and the intensity it's expected to have at landfall represents a very rare setup for this part of the world. Milton may be a historic, once-in-a-lifetime storm for Floridians. Of course, Tampa, you're no stranger to glancing blows from hurricanes, but a direct hit is very rare. They haven't had one since 1946. And the 46th hurricane, just among just four that have ever made landfall between Sarasota and Palm Harbor.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. President Biden says he will not stop working to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He was speaking on the one-year anniversary of the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Services have been taking place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used the occasion to vow that he will keep on fighting to defend Israel's security.
Since that black day, we have been fighting. This is the war of our existence, the war of resurrection. We will end the war when we complete all the goals we set, collapsing the evil rule of Hamas.
And the Israeli military is telling people on Lebanon's southern coast to stay off beaches as it plans to launch operations there soon. President Biden lit a memorial candle at the White House on Monday, honouring the memory of those killed on October the 7th. In a statement, he also expressed deep sadness over the loss of Palestinian lives in Gaza and what he called the ongoing suffering of civilians as a result of the war that Hamas unleashed. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate return of all hostages still held by Hamas and said the violence in the Middle East must stop.
The region cannot endure another year of this. Civilians on all sides have suffered too much. All sides must now step back from the brink and find the courage of restraint.
Tomer Kashet's cousin was kidnapped alongside his wife and 2 children last year.
My worst fear is that the world will move on to the next thing. The war will move on to the next war, to the next location. The moment that we will stop talking about the hostages is the moment that they will die.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been taking place in many parts of the world today, including the British city of Birmingham. Soraya Hussein organised a vigil there, attended by hundreds of people.
During the past 365 days, what we've seen is over 42,000 people lose their lives, and with tens of thousands more missing. It's unbearable to watch one of the worst humanitarian crises that we've had to witness unfold before our eyes.
In other news, Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. FSN's North America correspondent Benji Hire reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at President Biden's plans to meet allies in Germany later this week to discuss strategies in Ukraine as President Volodymyr Zelensky's forces prepare for winter. They suffered a big loss last week as Russia captured the Donbas city of Vuhledar, the latest in a series of losses in eastern Ukraine that are raising questions about Moscow's current strategic advantage. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The Vuhledar fall is concerning, perhaps not in and of itself, but because of a set of dominoes that could be lining up where the Russians take one strategically important hub after another from this whole theater that Ukrainians had been holding on to tenaciously, and where they had inflicted heavy Russian casualties 2 years ago. Now the Russians are said to have kind of beefed up with a new crop of well-paid volunteers, according to some reports. So it's a tough moment for the Ukrainians. They are eagerly looking for some capabilities to be able to really create some harm and some pause on the Russian side. Their incursion into Kursk has not had the intended effect. And so they are looking for some sort of a firm commitment.
And that is putting pressure on President Biden, who will meet with leaders of the quartet that brings the US together with Germany, France and the UK. He'll also preside over a meeting of the 32-nation Ukraine Contact Group as calls grow for the provision of fresh assistance to Kyiv. The main news again, services have taken place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas on October the 7th of last year. Pro-Palestinian peace vigils have also taken place in the region and globally. And Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. And that is the latest feature story news. Simon Marks reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2. Here we go on a Tuesday morning. New week underway. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. On a cool, clear morning, 49 outside the secret bunker at this hour. I did see somebody had posted, one of our listening friends, talking about the possibility of contraflow lanes where you turn all the traffic to get out. See, Buckeye Boy said, I heard some Florida officials say they were not going to do the contraflow because they need to be able to get the emergency and relief supplies and vehicles into the area. Okay, but as you said, you can't use the emergency lanes and the shoulders getting out. Yeah, Florida DOT has activated what they call ESU, Emergency Shoulder Use Plans, on Interstate 75 and I-4 as drivers try to evacuate. The DOT announced that ESU has been activated eastbound I-4 and portions of northbound I-75. That essentially turns the left shoulder of the interstate into an extra lane of traffic to move more vehicles along the evacuation routes. According to the DOT, all vehicles except large trucks, buses, and trailers may use the shoulder as a travel lane when ESU is in effect. Drivers along these routes pay attention to law enforcement officers and the signage as to when you can enter or exit the shoulder. But reports Monday afternoon, massive traffic delays reported on Interstate 75 as millions of people flee. Well, to the inbred redneck, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Summers. I tell you what now, it's looking like a big, bad, ugly hurricane down there. I don't much like it. But I tell you what, Steve, I mean, all we got to do is look and see. We know who's responsible for these hurricanes, buddy.
Oh, who is it?
It's Bill Gates.
Oh.
Yeah. Guy that made Windows and all that stuff, you know. That cat's been talking about, putting aluminum into the atmosphere and all kinds of other crazy stuff to block the sun to reduce global warming with billions of dollars. You know, he's like a damn government to himself. You know, and what a lot of people don't realize is Bill Gates' father was in the CIA, and I mean, it's nothing for the CIA to pull off some job like this, buddy. I mean, that's just my feelings about it. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I tell you what, if the people are so kind to elect me to the finest office in the world, in my opinion, I'm going to put a stop to this. No more geoengineering, no more weather machines, and we got to get a worldwide treaty on this, buddy. Get all the countries involved. No more vapor trails out there seeding the atmosphere with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Haven't we been brought up? Haven't we been told all our life, redneck, don't mess with Mother Nature?
Yeah, buddy. That's my thoughts exactly. And I'm not saying that they wasn't hurricanes before this or whatever. But I think these people are tweaking them up a little bit. You know, it's sort of like farting in the bathtub. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sure, it's fun, but the smell is going to catch you sooner or later, you know. Yeah, I mean, this is some bad stuff going on here. And, Steve, I hate to say it, I know there's a lot of fans out there. of the show that just love the SpaceX and everything else, the rocket launches and everything else. Think about it. They told us all in the 80s we were the devils for spraying hairspray. All our girlfriends and wives was using, what was it, White Rain and Aquanet or something like that.
And your spray on antiperspirants and deodorants. You're killing the ozone.
Yeah. Yeah, buddy. But the whole time, you know, before those big high stiffening hairsprays come out for the 80s big hair, guess what, Steve? 20, 30 years before that, they were launching rockets up into the atmosphere, burning off layers of the atmosphere, buddy. And I think they just covering up their own tracks, blaming on the little people, buddy. In some circumstances, ignorance is not bliss. You know, they use the ignorance against the people. I mean, which one of us has got a daggone $1 billion of funding to research some of this stuff and a few scientists in our pocket? You know, just don't work out that way. And I feel for these people, Steve, and the hurricanes and everything else. God help y'all. But you know what, buddy? With every dark cloud, there's always a silver lining. It's just whichever angle that you want to look at. And, buddy, I listened last week to Big Ed's football picks, and I know Big Ed is a good feller, but I think he was totally off, buddy. Totally off. I'm going to give everybody a lock of the week. Take your money to the casino, throw it at them, and get out of there and wait until the game on Saturday, and you're just going to be smiling all the way to the bank on Saturday night. Just hit that window, get your money out, buddy. Stanford is going to beat Notre Dame. It's going to be an upset. Going to be an upset, and it ain't one that Vegas is picking. Vegas never picked Vanderbilt. Vegas never picked Arkansas. The old inbred redneck, he's picking Stanford.
Stanford over Notre Dame. Okay. Saturday, 3:30. Yes, 3:30 in the afternoon. All right.
Yes, sir. Dang on it. I'd like to hear Big Ed's thoughts about it, but I know he's probably snoozed. But, you know, we can all have our differing opinions and get along peacefully, people. It's nothing new.
How about the big pick? I mean, Ohio State, Oregon, number 2 versus number 3. Now, Big Ed picked Ohio State, but he was under the impression they were playing in Columbus. I'm not sure if he would change his mind on that, or realizing that Ohio State's the one that's going to travel and screw up their sleep clock. Yeah, who you think, Oregon, Ohio State?
Well, Steve, I'll tell you the truth. I hadn't watched a lot of the Buckeyes this year. They were rolling pretty good. And Oregon is looking pretty stout. And to me, that is going to be a toss-up, but I will lean towards Oregon winning by maybe 1 point, Steve. 1 point. I hate to let all the Ohio people down.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's just my truthful opinion.
Okay.
That's my truthful opinion, you know. So, but hopefully it will all pan out, and people just don't despair. You know, Steve, I was thinking the other day, a lot of people, we all get hung up in what I call trances. brainwashing. I mean, think about it. Anytime you have anything to do with any person, they're sort of brainwashing. They're putting you in a trance, a hypnotic state. You're not one with the base reality, as I call it. You against nature. You know, you interacting in nature. You know what I'm saying? So please remember that whenever you turn on the pollution tube, as I call it, and getting all the bad news and everything else, people, just remember, they're there. And they're very successful at lulling you to sleep, hypnotizing you. Steve, you're the only broadcaster I know that doesn't do it, buddy. I'd like to give you a humanitarian award as soon as I hit that Oval Office, buddy.
You boy.
Yeah, excellence in broadcasting, buddy. I tell you what now, Steve, I think we might be able to get you a statue in Washington.
Well, I'll tell you what, Redneck, I won't hold my breath, but I would be very appreciative of such an honor were it to come to fruition. The inbred redneck. All right. Of course, still the cleanup. The Carolinas. We talked in recent days. I think just last night, I think Horse Feathers brought up how the news cycle. You go through, for days, the focus was nonstop. Western North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee, trying to get relief supplies, assistance into the people there. At least for the moment, the news cycle not paying a whole hell of a lot of attention. It's all about Florida now. And depending on the decimation that may be impacting the central portions of that state here in the coming days, you'll notice the shift in attention. We do know the FMCSA has enacted a Hurricane Helene regional emergency declaration that encompasses 8 states. This came down this past Friday. Now, you've already had state emergency declarations for Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North and South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. They have all been extended. This declaration is in response to Helene and its effects on people and property, including immediate threats to life and public safety from heavy rain, strong winds, storm surge, flooding. According to the FMCSA's regional emergency, federal relief from hours of service, 49 CFR, parts 390 through 399, granted by the FMCSA's declaration, applies to commercial vehicle operators providing direct assistance, supporting the emergency relief efforts involving transportation and other relief services to the immediate restoration of essential supplies or services. The origin of the trip does not matter, so long as the direct assistance does not include transportation related to long-term rehabilitation of damaged physical infrastructure after the initial threat to life and property has passed. Direct assistance terminates when a driver or commercial vehicle is used in interstate commerce to transport cargo or provide services that are not in support of Helene emergency relief efforts. A driver may return empty to the motor carrier's terminal or the driver's normal work reporting location without complying with 49 CFR parts 390 to 399. So again, the driver may, yes, return empty. They said they will continually review the status of the declaration and modify, extend, or terminate as conditions warrant. The Department of Transportation has activated their routing assistance hotline for Hurricane Helene responders, which is 833-99-ROADS, ROADS. to support the movement of federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial response personnel, equipment, and goods. They'll give you the recommended safe routes using a variety of data sources. Of course, now just getting prepared. Another round of winds, life-threatening storm surge as Hurricane Milton hits Category 5, barreling toward the west coast of Florida. And the mandatory evacuations there. All right, we've got clear lines. It's 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop
Hey truckers,
shop
this
for
is Steve
diesel
Darnell
maintenance.
from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, I'm not sure if he's still on board, but Big Ed was first out of the box as we kicked things off this morning on our Facebook feed. Are you with me? Yeah, Mary Ann, good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, be safe 53 in Rifton, New York. Kicking off a new week, round 1 to Schenectady. Pappy, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, indeed, one of 3 shows remaining till it's all aboard. Full steam ahead. Kind of a nippy 51 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. 32-year anniversary with the sheriff's office. Time flies. How about that? Well, congratulations, Pappy. 32 years of dedication, serve and protect, right? Snuggle up to whomever, whatever, heat up that cup of joe, throw another log on the fire. It's time for the overnight drive to hammer down. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. As always, sunny side up. Stay safe. Stock up on food, water, and love, all right? There's your word of advice from Peppy. Double trucker, 46 degrees, Lodi. Ready for another show, hopefully full of good news. The Southeast has received lots of aid. Hurricane Milton is going to miss Florida, and World War III has been avoided. Go ahead, Steve. We're waiting. I'll tune in a bit later on the home of free speech, Rumble. Wouldn't that be wonderful if we could share all that good news? Yes. All right. I think it's maybe wishful thinking, but thank you very much. Good morning, my friend. Hello, Jerry. This is just crazy, the weather as of late. Have a great night, everybody out there. Hello, Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve and the crew. Just wanted to say prayers. Please pray for those in line for Milton. I'll be turning the lights out soon. This old lady's tired. My grandson from Wolfe County, Kentucky, came in this morning to spend his fall break with me. Love this guy so much. 16 years old, 6'1", wears a size 15 shoe. Even the old body is tired. Just had to let all my friends know. All right, well, that's good. And hope you enjoy some time there with him. He's a big boy, right? Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, partly cloudy, 60 at the Speedway, Martinsville, Virginia tonight. Keep it shiny side up. Buckeye boy, we got time here. Checking in from Huntington Beach, California. Foggy, 62. Took my truck to the shop today to see what the check engine light and the loss of power going up the hill was all about. They were able to scan it. $480. And let me know it's an actuator that controls a function for the turbo. They had the part. They're able to install it tomorrow by noon for a total of $3,300 plus. Wow.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. President Biden says he will not stop working to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He was speaking on the one-year anniversary of the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Services have been taking place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used the occasion to vow that he will keep on fighting to defend Israel's security.
Since that black day, we have been fighting. This is the war of our existence, the war of resurrection. We will end the war when we complete all the goals we set, collapsing the evil rule of Hamas.
And the Israeli military is telling people on Lebanon's southern coast to stay off beaches as it plans to launch operations there soon. President Biden lit a memorial candle at the White House on Monday, honouring the memory of those killed on October the 7th. In a statement, he also expressed deep sadness over the loss of Palestinian lives in Gaza and what he called the ongoing suffering of civilians as a result of the war that Hamas unleashed. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate return of all hostages still held by Hamas and said the violence in the Middle East must stop.
The region cannot endure another year of this. Civilians on all sides have suffered too much. All sides must now step back from the brink and find the courage of restraint.
Tomer Kashet's cousin was kidnapped alongside his wife and 2 children last year.
My worst fear is that the world will move on to the next thing. The war will move on to the next war, to the next location. The moment that we will stop talking about the hostages is the moment that they will die.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been taking place in many parts of the world today, including the British city of Birmingham. Soraya Hussein organised a vigil there, attended by hundreds of people.
During the past 365 days, what we've seen is over 42,000 people lose their lives, and with tens of thousands more missing. It's unbearable to watch one of the worst humanitarian crises that we've had to witness unfold before our eyes.
In other news, Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. FSN's North America correspondent Benji Heyer reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major populations population centers, including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Available, actually, lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Back to some of our friends checking in this morning. We left off there with the Buckeye Boy. So a $3,300 hit. He said, that's a big hit, but I'm glad it's not worse, and I'll be able to stay on schedule. As far as the hurricane goes, this could be really bad. I've got a big truck loading tomorrow in Atlanta. Supposedly headed to Palm Beach, Florida for Wednesday morning. I'm going to suggest he cuts across to Savannah and goes down the east coast of Florida. It's only 73 miles longer. And I'm hoping there'll be less traffic. Nonetheless, my sister did make it out of Florida. She's okay. She's in her other home in northern Kentucky. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Well, I have so many others getting out of the state. Miss Millie said her youngest son works in Bradenton, Florida. They were hit bad with Helene. So prayers for everyone in the path of Milton here. Yeah, Buckeye Boy said, I'm extremely concerned on how Helene and Milton's possible devastation is going to affect people's ability to vote in a few weeks here. Yeah, this is going to leave open a lot of possible ways for shenanigans by some of the bad actors out there. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, the impact. I mean, we were talking about some of the Carolinians. And I mean, early voting is going on in some of those states, but some of those early voting offices are closed due to Helene. Meanwhile, Russell checks in here. Got my late note for being late on board. Dayton, Ohio, we are 50 and clear. Have a good night. All right, Hillbilly Tex joins us this morning. I don't think Hillbilly Tex chimed in last morning, and he wasn't at his normal home 20 there, tipping the hat, ringing the cowbell off I-75. He's down in Texas to lay his mother to rest. So, yeah, sorry about your loss there, Hillbilly Tex. Thinking about you and difficult time, right? So following the catastrophic devastation of Helene, I think the death toll in excess of 230 now. A lot of trucking operations. The logistics industry is stepping to the plate. They've contributed donations, providing hurricane relief. FreightWaves put together a short list of some of the companies and shippers that are doing what they can to help out in the aftermath. Tennessee-based FedEx is supporting multiple nonprofits that are helping communities battered by the hurricane. The Red Cross, Direct Relief, Heart to Heart International. Other efforts from the company include providing a truck to pick up an order of 75 generators in western North Carolina, delivering 21,000 hygiene kits to affected communities, transporting 2 truckloads of kennels for animals in North Carolina. XPO helping those affected in Georgia. The Connecticut-based transportation and logistics company donated equipment to load and transport supplies. They have partnered with Convoy of Care to assist there. Atlas Van Lines allowing employees to help load trucks with supplies. The Indiana-based company donated $10,000 to the American Red Cross. Dayton Freight Lines, Ohio-based Dayton Freight, providing trucks and transportation to bring donations to those affected by Helene. The North Carolina Trucking Association, based in Raleigh, they are accepting monetary donations on their website to help state residents. Amazon delivered more than a dozen truckloads of supplies. Some of their other efforts include creating a cash donation page for relief efforts, delivering nearly 22,000 ounces of baby formula to North Carolina, assisting relief efforts with AWS cloud computing to capture high-resolution aerial images there. R&J Trucking, based in Ohio. They're like one of many others that held supply drives to be shipped into the affected communities. Averett, a freight transportation company in Tennessee, donated $100,000 to the nonprofit organization Samaritan's Purse for relief efforts there. They're also donating bottled water and wet wipes. Norfolk Southern donating $100,000 to the American Red Cross. They're also providing grants to employees impacted by the storm. And Norfolk Southern is doubling any financial donations provided by employees there. Then you've got the Georgia-based Bennett family of companies. Yeah, they're also holding a donation drive for southeastern communities. They've also contacted all drivers to see if they were affected and how the business might be able to assist them. Delivering truckloads of supplies across the southeast, delivering pet food in Florida, delivering water to South Carolina. These are all independent operations stepping in to do their part to assist those in need. Meanwhile, the National Park Service, they had been advising truck drivers to do not use US 441 through the Great Smoky Mountain Park. Apparently, too many truckers are not heeding, so they have now made the decision that they are completely shuttering, closing down US 441 through the Great Smoky Mountain Park each night due to the number of commercial vehicles illegally using the road as you try to find routes around the Helene-related road closures. Now, here several days ago, they announced that 441, Newfound Gap Road between Tennessee and North Carolina, will now be completely closed from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. due to safety concerns regarding commercial vehicle traffic. They reopened after Helene on the morning of October 2nd, and since that time, the National Park Service said they've had an influx of illegal large commercial vehicles trying to travel the road as they try to get around those closures impacting I-40 and I-26. They said in a 24-hour period, 45 commercial vehicles were turned away from US 441. Additionally, the Park Service reported that overnight, a car hauler had crashed into a wall and down an embankment, and a second semi-truck's brakes caught fire. And while they were responding to those incidents, 8 semi-trucks drove past emergency responders. While we recognize that these major routes outside the park are closed, this route, Newfound Gap Road, is not safe for large commercial vehicles. It is a 2-lane road with steep, continuous grades and tight curves. There are no truck lanes. There are no runaway truck ramps or places for a commercial vehicle to slow down and pull over. We do not have sufficient staffing to man these checkpoints at night to turn those commercial vehicles back. So this is for the foreseeable future. No traffic. Again, from, 7:30 p.m., or 10 p.m. rather, to 7:30 a.m. There is no timeline for 441 reopening during the overnight hours. They say, we realize it's a headache, but this is the reality we're facing right now. It is 844-844-3388. Well, let's head on down to Florida. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. How you doing? I'm getting a little early start here. When I get down to Disney, I got to get some petrol down there at the gas station down there. So I figured I'd hit it a little early. How y'all doing today?
Doing all right. I mean, I'm hearing that some areas they're kind of running short on fuel. You think, and I saw some of the lines at places like Costco and whatnot yesterday. People lined up, packed and stacked, trying to fill up.
Yeah, it is. I got enough fuel to get me back to the house today, but I'm just going to, when I get down there, I'm just going to top it off at that Speedway. It's open 24 hours. It's right by the Magic Kingdom down there. But Steve, I sent you an email earlier. Did you get it?
I'm trying to recall. I'm not sure.
If you didn't get it, if you could go to the NHC website and pull up the timeline. They have changed the timeline as of 11 o'clock last night.
All right. Is that what they're saying? It may actually be like late Wednesday into maybe Thursday? Is that what they're saying now?
Well, from what I'm seeing on that timeline, it looks like it's going to be Wednesday during the day.
Okay.
Now, I might be wrong, but the way that timeline shows at 11 o'clock, and that's a 12-hour swing, because they were bringing it over us overnight. You know, it was going to be from Wednesday night into Thursday early morning. You know, this timeline change like this, if this is correct, this is a big deal for me, because I would rather have it come in the daytime than at nighttime. At nighttime, you can't see what's happening. And when stuff starts falling and things start cracking and you know, things start happening with the effects, you can pretty much get a judge on what you can do in your house, if you know what I mean. It's kind of like a tornado. If you see things, you know, things are happening, you can do something, you know. Where at night, when this stuff hits at night, like Helena hit up there, you know, I mean, that stuff hits you at night, it's brutal. It's bad. So this swing is a big deal for me. I mean, I know it's 12 hours earlier, but you know, it is what it is. I came home yesterday on I-4, and there was a lot of traffic coming out of Tampa. And I want to let anybody know, if they're down in Central Florida, the governor has suspended the tolls for Central Florida and Tampa area. So if you have to run on the toll road, you're able to do it to get where you need to go. Now, 75 yesterday was packed. It was a mess.
Yes.
I seen video footage of it yesterday, and it was a mess. I-4, everybody was doing pretty good on I-4. They were utilizing the toll lanes. And by the way, if you got a big truck on I-4, you cannot go in the toll lanes. You have to stay on the local lanes and stay to the right and ride those. You can't ride the toll lanes with big truck. It's only meant for two axle vehicles, and that's it. And it went pretty smooth for me. I got home pretty good yesterday. I'm hoping the same thing will happen today. Everybody will keep their wits about them, and we can move. But 75, everybody was going north, and it was just a total cluster, for lack of a better way of saying it.
Okay.
And
now, has Disney offered up any official word? Or, I mean, there's still, obviously you're heading to work, so is it going to be a normal day today?
As far as I know, it's normal day to day. I haven't heard otherwise.
Okay.
I haven't called the emergency hotline. Our emergency hotline. I'll probably do that after I get off with you. But I'm going today. They are shutting down some of our resort areas. They did put that out last night, that are in low-lying areas. So, like, we have a couple areas, like over by Fort Wilderness, you know, the campgrounds, places that are close to proximity to water. They shut those down. The tree houses over by Saratoga Springs, those are shut down because they're close to canals, and obviously they've got trees all over them, you know, so you don't want to take a chance and have something fall in on somebody or whatnot. Now, they have not made any decisions on the parks yet.
Okay.
And that's a big thing for me. I'm hoping today that we can get a definitive answer on what's going on with the parks, because that affects me, you know, and I can't be driving 57 miles in 100-mile-an-hour wind.
Right. And I mean,
can't do it.
And looking at these models, I mean, coming ashore as a major hurricane on the West Coast, it's still expected to have hurricane force winds when it reaches all the way over to Daytona Beach.
Absolutely. Our weather forecasters at our local TV station here, Local 6, said last night, they said we are to expect Category 1 to Category 2 hurricane winds and rain from this storm. And that is Central Florida. So that's our local TV station that's in Orlando. So they're expecting in the Orlando viewing area, which goes all the way over from, like, say, Lakeland to Daytona, just using those two as two reference points. They are saying that they're to expect Category 1 to Category 2 hurricane stuff. Now, they're expecting about 5 to 9 inches, but they said that it will not be unprecedented to have 12 inches in some areas of rain. And it's going to be some big rain. It did slow down last night. It slowed down a little bit. If you guys picture a top spins for so long, and then it wobbles down. Well, that's what this storm did. It's out there in the ocean, it's wobbling down, and then when it has what they call eye wall replenishment, and it spins back up. Now, maybe it's in one of those stages where it's replenishing. We don't know. We're hoping that it slows down, or not slows down, but wobbles down a little bit, so it's not so strong. Low pressure is a funny thing. You know, the lower it goes, you got a vacuum, and that makes it just even damn worse, for lack of a better way of saying it. Because that's what low pressure is. It's a vacuum. And everything's spinning around it. And what makes a hurricane is you got cold up on the top, you got hot on the bottom. And when they contrast, they make the storms, which make the hurricane. and you're in an open water environment, and you're picking up water as you go along, feeding that storm. That's why we're so potent about this rapid intensification we've talked about. You know, I'm sorry if I sound a little serious more today, Steve, but it's getting a little closer, and it's,
oh, yeah.
You know, anxiety levels have been up last 48 hours, and you know, I just want to inform people though, if you are down here where I'm at, you need to be in your place tonight. Not tomorrow morning, tonight. You need to be in your place where you're going to be, and you need to chill out. Because
and you're meaning
tomorrow,
you're meaning Tuesday night, right? By Tuesday night.
I'm telling you, by dark tonight, you need to be where you need to be.
Okay, Tuesday night, yeah, because things start going downhill. I did pull up from the National Weather Service what you were talking about there, yeah, and they're talking the timing. I guess some of the tropical storm force winds start rolling in by later on tonight.
Absolutely. And let me tell you something, buddy. Those can be just as brutal as the damn storm itself, especially when you start talking, you know, those feeder bands, when they start coming in, and I know everybody's heard that term, feeder band. They are the bands that feed the hurricanes with water, okay? Those feeder bands, a lot of them are shaped, I hate to say it for lack of a better word, like a bean, and they're hooked. And what that means is when you hear, I know you guys have heard the term hook echo, which is basically tornadic weather. When you see a hook echo, that's when you freak out. And that's the way these storms are shaped, and they will spin up a tornado before a hurricane comes to you. So you got to be very careful with those. Watch those on the radar, see when they're coming in. If you see one's coming towards you, you think it's going to spin, you need to go to your safe place, and that's a place that's inside your house, away from an exterior wall.
Yep.
And you need to be hunkered down. Now, if you are in a blockhouse, I've got two places I can go in my house. I've got a walk-in closet that's in the interior of my bedroom, and I've got a bathroom that's close to an exterior wall, but it's by a block exterior wall. So I still have that block wall supporting it, but I can get into the tub if I have to and put a mattress over me or do something of that nature. The other room is sealed off. I can seal off this closet and go in a closet. That's what our plans are. My wife is clearing it out today so that in case we have to shelter, in case something happens to the house, that's where we're going to go. And just listen to the weather radio, you know, because there is going to be power outages.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with this kind of storm, there is going to be power outages. There ain't no getting around it. There ain't no fuss, no muss. There ain't no running around it. You know, I've already accepted the fact that I'm going to be running on a generator probably in a day or so. You know, but it's serious business.
So how's your?
You know, and I appreciate everybody on the show.
How was your traffic out there this morning? Joe just posted here a couple minutes ago. He said he's leaving Tallahassee, headed west on Interstate 10, back to Pensacola, and he said traffic is worse than he'd ever seen at this time of night.
Yeah, well, up there on 10, what everybody's doing is they're going up 75, right?
Uh-huh.
And that last hurricane went up through Georgia. So what they've done is they're making the left turn and they're going over like towards Alabama, like over there towards where Perry's at.
Okay.
And they're going 10, and they're probably going to Alabama and Mississippi and those kind of places to get hotels because you can't get nothing in Georgia right now. I got a friend that's in Brandon, Florida. They're going to actually ride it out in their condo. And they said that they tried looking at hotels yesterday in Georgia, and they couldn't get nothing in Georgia, you know, and it's because of the stuff that's happened with the Hurricane Helene, and then you've got people displaced from that, and then you've got these people that have ran up there that, you know, have done this, and that's what people are going to do. They're going to try to run away from the storm.
Yep.
Sometimes when you run away from the storm, you get yourself in a big trouble because sometimes that storm goes where you go. Now, I'm not saying this one's not going to go that way, obviously, because it's coming from the west to the east. But sometimes you're better off, and our governor made this point, just go out of the cone line, you know, just get out of the cone line. Like, say, go to Tallahassee and chill out. or go somewhere just like that. Or a lot of people are going south, believe it or not. I don't know why.
I was just going to ask you, Philip. You probably weren't with us in the first hour. We've got some friends that are going with us on the cruise, next week. And they departed Cincinnati yesterday. They drove 15 hours. They had reservations at New Smyrna Beach. They're in Florida. They were going to spend 3 or 4 days there and then finish their drive on down to Miami for the cruise. They got to New Smyrna Beach, and they said they weren't there but a matter of hours, and they got a knock on the door that they had to evacuate.
Absolutely, because guess what's happening? All our beaches on the east side of Florida are going to get eroded. The storm it's going to be bad coming in on the west side. The west side shot's going to be the worst. But the east side shot, when it departs, is going to be just as bad, okay? Because it's going off the coast and it's gaining stuff from the Atlantic.
Right.
So,
well, they messaged my wife a few hours ago and said that since they were forced to evacuate New Smyrna, they're headed on down to Miami like right now, and they're saying we're hoping we can find a place to stay because it's only Monday, so they're going to have to find a place for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night, and then of course they're slated to be Friday night at the embassy with us. But what are we going to do? We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight in a speech marking a year since the October 7th attacks carried out by Hamas. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden joined other world leaders in condemning the unspeakable brutality of the Hamas attacks. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
US President Joe Biden says he and his vice president remain fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for the release of more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza after a surprise attack by Hamas exactly 1 year ago. 1,200 people were killed and more than 250 others, including Americans, kidnapped. Israel's ensuing war in Gaza has killed at least 41,900 Palestinians. There have also been thousands of deaths in the West Bank and Lebanon. Across the United States, people are taking to the streets calling for a ceasefire And vigils are being held for those who've lost their lives in the past year.
Results of the regional legislature election in the Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir region will be out on Tuesday, with pollsters saying no one party could reach the majority mark. It's the first election in a decade in the area that's claimed in whole by India, Pakistan and China, but controlled in parts by all of them. Ishan Garg reports.
The election in Jammu and Kashmir saw higher than average voter participation, with many demanding the region to be declared a state once again. In 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government had stripped India's only Muslim-majority region of its semi-autonomous status. Pollsters now say Mr. Modi's BJP party could fall short of the majority mark in the 90-member legislature. Reports say the BJP is hoping to tie up with many independent candidates to secure a victory.
Hurricane Milton has rapidly intensified into a Category 5 storm and is barreling its way towards the U.S. state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis said that Milton could displace a lot more people than Hurricane Helene did less than 2 weeks ago. Benji Hire reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations. President Joe Biden says his administration is prepositioning life-saving resources, but the federal government admits it may not have the funds to make it through a catastrophic hurricane season.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, 1 year on from the Hamas attacks on Israel, what is the future for any kind of negotiated settlement that leads to the creation of a two-state solution? Israel and a sovereign Palestinian state coexisting side by side. Matt Fry, presenter and correspondent with the UK's Channel 4 News, is on special assignment in Israel this week and says it's hard to overstate how much ground has been lost diplomatically over the course of the last violent and agonising 12 months.
Saudi Arabia was pretty close to striking a bilateral deal with Israel before October the 7th. And one of the reasons why October the 7th is thought to have happened is basically Iran, through its proxies in Hamas, saying you can't do a deal over the heads of the Palestinian people. If anything good can come out of this appalling year, it is to try and fashion some kind of peace deal which involves the recognition of an independent, sovereign, viable Palestinian state. Israeli public opinion and Israeli voters, they're not there. If you speak to the remnants of Hamas, they are not there. They believe in a one-state solution with no Israel, and there are many Israelis who believe in a one-state solution which involves the Palestinians living here as second-class citizens or not at all.
And so the conflict enters a second year with very little optimism, with Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran and the Houthis in Yemen all now fully involved in growing regional instability. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight 1 year on since the mass killings and abductions carried out by Hamas. US President Joe Biden called for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Regional election results are expected from India's northern Jammu and Kashmir region. Another powerful and potentially life-threatening hurricane is barreling towards the US state of Florida. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. This is what Philip was referencing from the National Hurricane Center. Their last advisory said both Air Force and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft have been investigating Milton. Earlier, the hurricane hunters found that the minimum central pressure in the eye had dropped to an estimated 897 millibars. Based on that, Milton had the fifth lowest central pressure in Atlantic hurricane record history. Subsequent center penetrations by the aircraft indicated somewhat higher central pressures. Also, flight level and drop sound data from the aircraft suggest some decrease in intensity, and the advisory intensity is set at 140 by 5 KT. The decrease is likely the result of an eye wall replacement reported by the hurricane hunters, leading to a double wind maximum radially from the center. Notwithstanding, Milton still remains an extremely dangerous 5. The initial motion is eastward, should continue to pass close to the northern coast of the Yucatan tonight and early Tuesday. Then the flow on the eastern side of a mid-tropospheric shortwave trough dropping into this northwestern Gulf should cause Milton to move east-northeast to northeast at a faster forward speed later Tuesday and Wednesday. This should take the system across the Florida Peninsula on Thursday. Later in the forecast period, Milton's expected to move east-northeast to eastward over the Atlantic waters off the southeast U.S. coast, while losing gradually tropical characteristics. The official track forecast is close to, but a little faster than the model consensus. That is also very similar to the previous Hurricane Center forecast. All right, so long as Milton remains in the environment of light wind shear over a very high ocean heat content, the maximum intensity should be governed by the inner core fluctuation, but the ship's diagnostics indicate a significant increase in vertical wind shear within 24 hours. Therefore, a decrease in intensity is predicted before reaching the western coast of Florida. Regardless of peak intensity, the eye wall replacement cycle will lead likely to an expansion of the destructive inner core of the hurricane during the next day or two. Ultimately, it is expected to be a large and powerful hurricane at landfall in Florida. Life-threatening hazards. Residents should closely follow the orders from your local emergency management officials, as Milton has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record for West Central Florida. So you're right there, Philip. They're bumping up the time frame a little bit.
Yeah, they're bumping it up a little bit because they think it's going to move. It's going to get a little faster, and that's kind of what Helene did. Helene got faster, and it went right on into land. Now the problem with Helene was it had no shear at all, so it went right on straight up into Georgia, and then we know what else happened after that. So it's going to be a bad one, Steve. It's going to be a real bad one. So we got to pay attention to it. Are your friends going down to Miami now?
That's where we left off. Yeah, they were forced out of New Smyrna. They said we're gonna drive on down to Miami and hopefully try to find a place to stay till we all come down for the cruise.
Yeah, they'd be down there probably 4 hours. They get on 95, go south. I would rather hold out there for now if I was them. That's a lot safer bet. New Smyrna, just to kind of put you in perspective where I live, at about half an hour from New Smyrna. You know, I can be in New Smyrna in about half hour.
Mm-hmm.
But New Smyrna's right on the coast. It's south of Daytona Beach and Port Orange. That's where Ponce Inlet is. It's one of those things. I mean, I've got the Volusia County emergency management app, and they've got all those barrier islands there, evacuating all them. They're telling them to go inland. Now, they haven't got any shelters by me on the inland. You know, they're not telling any, you know, they're shutting the schools down and whatnot. That's why they shut the schools down. Was it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday? They're shutting the schools down in Volusia County. And a lot of people are like, well, what are they doing that for? Well, 3 days. That's if they have to use those schools as shelters, they will utilize those schools as shelters. That's why they shut the schools down. I mean, sure, it's to keep the kids safe, don't get me wrong, but another reason is that they need to shelter people. That's where they're going to shelter at. They haven't called for an evacuation on me, and I've got my notifications on with Volusia County. They're sending me notifications all through. And it's kind of funny, Steve. You know how you see the signs when you go down the road? You see the signs that advertise stuff? Mm-hmm. I'm just going by them now over here by Longwood, Florida, and all the signs have been taken down. You know, the advertising signs on the side of the road. And they're still saying here as far as the tolls are suspended. So if you're down here and you need to get out, and they're also utilizing, Steve, the shoulders on the road as a roadway as well, as another lane.
Correct.
So any of our drivers that are out there that are coming out of the Tampa area, and it's only, I believe it's only the way out, it's not the way in, but they're utilizing the shoulders. So guys, be careful, because you're going to see four-wheelers come by you on the right. You never know, you might even see a big truck come by you on the right. Just be very observant of the way people are driving. Yesterday, everybody was nice. I got to give everybody credit yesterday. When I came home, everybody was being really nice and being civil. But the closer it gets to this thing, people are going to start getting really crazy. I mean, the anxiety levels are through the roof. They got to get out of Dodge, you know, and so we got to pay attention to it. Steve, I'm not sure if I'm going to call you tomorrow or the next day. Mm-hmm. So if I don't talk to you, I hope you have a good cruise, and I hope everybody out there has a safe one. And if you're down here, like I said earlier, tonight you need to be where you need to be. Okay? Mm-hmm. So y'all have a good one, and thanks for having me, Steve.
Thank you very much, Philip in Florida. So, yeah, the whole discussion of shutting down the parks. The latest I was able to find from just the past, I think WESH there in Florida. In anticipation of Milton, some Florida theme parks plan to close. Legoland Florida Resort will close all operations for Wednesday and Thursday. They announced on their website this past day. The Legoland Hotel will remain open at a limited capacity. Walt Disney World Resort is to continue operating under normal conditions on Tuesday, according to their website this past evening. However, a few resort locations will temporarily close. Disney's Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground and Copper Creek Cabins at Disney's Wilderness Lodge, the Treehouse Villas as Disney's Saratoga Springs Resort and Spa will close Wednesday at 11 a.m. The Fort Wilderness Resort and Tennessee Treehouse Villas will remain closed likely until Sunday, while the Copper Creek Cabins will reopen on Friday. They are monitoring the path of the storm. Universal Orlando Resort will continue park operations and hours as normal as of the last update, which was like the noon hour Sunday. They said they're monitoring the weather. SeaWorld will remain open as they continue to monitor conditions. Aquatica Orlando will be closed Monday. Plans to reopen 10:30 a.m. Today, Tuesday, October 8th. Then you had Busch Gardens Tampa. They will be closed from now through Thursday, Tuesday through Thursday. Busch Gardens Hallow Scream will also be canceled on Thursday. Guests are encouraged to check the website for updates on the park reopening maybe Friday. as Milton is expected to make landfall as a powerful hurricane. I had just pulled up the 2 a.m. advisory, which says wind intensity it's dropped a little bit more from 11 p.m. at 165 now to 155 mile per hour sustained winds, which that puts it in the high category 4 hurricane status. But that's what they're talking. The fluctuations up and down with the eye wall regeneration whole scenario taking place this morning. Let's see. Fluctuations are expected, but forecast to remain an extremely dangerous hurricane through landfall in Florida. Central pressure had bounced up to 924 millibars. Meanwhile, 17 past the hour. All right, clear lines. Kind of quiet on a Tuesday, unusual. Give me some road reports out there. What do we see? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So obviously we've seen an incredible amount of property damage, starting with Helene and now with Milton on the horizon. Insurance company stocks taking a heck of a hit yesterday. U.S. property and casualty insurance stock tanking after Milton hit Category 4. Yeah, because they know this is going to be another costly disaster for the insurance industry to cover this year. Insurers are expected to face catastrophe-related claims for billions of dollars. Catastrophe losses refer to a significant financial hit that insurance companies incurred during large-scale natural or man-made disasters. Helene caused more than $6.4 billion in insured property and casualty losses across several states. Total economic losses from that storm projected to be between $225 and $250 billion, according to the Insurance Business Magazine and Insurance Journal. As the storms intensify, significantly hurting profits due to substantial payouts tied to widespread property damage, business interruptions, liability claims. We have grappled with multiple major hurricanes this season. Debbie in August, Francine in Louisiana in September last year. More recently, Helene, Florida and the Carolinas. The S&P Insurance Select Industry Index was down 3.1% Monday. Severe, frequent natural disasters have exacerbated the industry's retreat from high-risk areas, particularly Florida. The cost of reinsurance have also risen sharply, making it more expensive for insurers to operate there. Investors are not only thinking about the short-term hit to earnings, but the long-term effect weather and seasonal uptick in damage will do to their business. Their credit ratings have been largely unaffected in the short term. However, if these extreme weather events drive people away, their long-term revenue models may be affected. As they announced, Florida was preparing for the largest evacuation since 2017. As Milton approaches, Heritage Insurance, which has a big footprint in that state, was down last at 25%. Universal Insurance and HCI Group fell 18 and 17% respectively. Sector bellwether Travelers Company was last down 4%, while Allstate and Assurant were down 5% and 4.4% respectively. Meanwhile, Generac, which makes generators to power homes during an outage, surged more than 8% Monday as investors bet on increased demand from hurricane-related disruptions. The insurance broker Aon said in a report, there's an increasing risk of life-threatening storm surge and damaging winds for portions of the west coast of Florida. All right, the insurance industry has to be prepared for the possibility of a challenging second half of the year. These conditions, in tandem with the influence of climate change, have aided in more unpredictable and extreme events in 2024. They're already separately, we're seeing with the impact on North Carolina, there are some home insurers that are arguing for a 42% premium hike for home insurance rates in North Carolina on the heels of Helene. I see Philip wanted to chime back in here. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to give you a report here. And I-4 is doing pretty good right now, buddy. If anybody's going I-4 west or east in Orlando, it's going pretty good. You're talking about insurance. Like, one thing that people don't know is when these storms are out there and you're buying a new house, they won't let you get the insurance until the storm passes when you're buying a brand new house. Mm-hmm. When I bought my house in 2004, I kind of sneaked in the door between storms. We looked at the house at Charlie. We closed on the house with Francis, and then our first night in the house was Hurricane Jeanne in 2004. But with that uncertainty about those storms in between there, I was able to get the insurance quickly. I was already pre-approved for the mortgage and everything, and I had all the financial set in place. and we got the insurance set in place. And as soon as Francis, we had closed the day before Francis hit. I had the insurance in place right after Charlie.
Wow.
So if you're buying a new house out there in a hurricane, you got to be in between these storms, because they won't give you the policy. If like policies this week, they probably got them on hold right now on new buys, whether you're buying a used home or a brand new home. And it's just something that people don't look at with housing down here. But I do think that the Citizens insurance is the guy that most people right now down here, because these insurance companies have pulled out of Florida, Steve. A lot of them, because of the amount of damage that we've had in these hurricanes over the years. They don't want uncertainty with insurance down here, and it's becoming a real big problem. And they've actually, Heritage has come back and started buying policies back from Citizens. And that's something else that they're not telling people, is a lot of these companies are coming back and buying these policies back. But guess what they're doing? They put a freeze on their premiums for 1 year. They can raise it no more than 20%. But after that year's up, the sky's the limit. They could raise you 42, they could raise you 50 or whatever. But still, even 20%, and that cap, 20%. Can you afford a 20% raise in your insurance, Steve, on your house? I don't think so.
Right. What about 40%, no less?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my insurance right now, when I first got it, was like $2,000 a year. Now it's $4,000 a year. So it's one of those things. And I know you're coming up on a break, and I'm going to get going again. And if y'all get a chance there, guys, call in, man. Help a brother out. So
That's
I'll
right.
Talk to y'all later.
It's only Tuesday morning. It feels like a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Gilligan's going to chime in here. And we'll give you more with many Western North Carolina residents still without power or running water. There was a hearing that started yesterday on the insurance industry's request to raise homeowner premiums statewide by more than 42% on average. So everybody in the state is going to potentially pay a price here. Let's have more details ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Simon Marks. President Biden says he will not stop working to achieve a ceasefire deal in Gaza. He was speaking on the one-year anniversary of the October the 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Services have been taking place across Israel to remember the 1,200 people killed and 250 people abducted by Hamas. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu used the occasion to vow that he will keep on fighting to defend Israel's security.
Since that black day, we have been fighting. This is the war of our existence, the war of resurrection. We will end the war when we complete all the goals we set, collapsing the evil rule of Hamas.
And the Israeli military is telling people on Lebanon's southern coast to stay off beaches as it plans to launch operations there soon. President Biden lit a memorial candle at the White House on Monday, honouring the memory of those killed on October the 7th. In a statement, he also expressed deep sadness over the loss of Palestinian lives in Gaza and what he called the ongoing suffering of civilians as a result of the war that Hamas unleashed. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer called for an immediate return of all hostages still held by Hamas and said the violence in the Middle East must stop.
The region cannot endure another year of this. Civilians on all sides have suffered too much. All sides must now step back from the brink and find the courage of restraint.
Tomer Kashet's cousin was kidnapped alongside his wife and 2 children last year.
My worst fear is that the world will move on to the next thing. The war will move on to the next war, to the next location. The moment that we will stop talking about the hostages is the moment that they will die.
Pro-Palestinian demonstrations have been taking place in many parts of the world today, including the British city of Birmingham. Soraya Hussein organised a vigil there, attended by hundreds of people.
During the past 365 days, what we've seen is over 42,000 people lose their lives, and with tens of thousands more missing. It's unbearable to watch one of the worst humanitarian crises that we've had to witness unfold before our eyes.
In other news, Hurricane Milton, now classified as a Category 5 storm, is continuing to threaten loss of life and vast damage in Florida. FSN's North America correspondent Benji Hire reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, welcome back here. Got your email, Pappy. Wow. Things that make you scratch your head and you go, A couple of screenshots. One was a post on X from Kamala Harris, October 5 of 2024, which states, the people of Lebanon are facing an increasingly dire humanitarian situation. I'm concerned about the security and well-being of civilians suffering in Lebanon, and will continue working to help meet the needs of all civilians there. To that end, the United States will provide nearly $157 million in additional assistance to the people of Lebanon for essential needs such as food, shelter, water, protection, sanitation, to help those who've been displaced by the recent conflict. This additional support brings total U.S. assistance to Lebanon over the last year to $385 million. The prior day, the headline from the Federal Highway Administration here in the U.S. reads, Biden-Harris administration sends South Carolina $2 million in emergency relief funding for roads and bridges. 2. The Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration announcing the immediate availability of $2 million in emergency relief funds provided through the quick release process by the South Carolina Department of Transportation. The initial funds will offset cost of immediate repair work needed as a result of Hurricane Helene flood damage. Next headline is directly from the FEMA website. Department of Homeland Security announces $380 million in additional funding to communities receiving migrants. Department of Homeland Security announcing distribution of more than $77 million in congressional funding for communities receiving migrants. These are all separate memos, headlines in recent months. The U.S. Embassy in El Salvador. Department of Homeland Security announces distribution of more than $12 million in funding. FEMA awards $110 million to the Emergency Food and Shelter Program to assist migrants. Headline from the Politico, New York City to get $104.6 million from FEMA for asylum seekers. And one last FEMA headline, Department of Homeland Security announces $300 million in direct funding to communities receiving migrants and $340 million for a new competitive awards process. This is where the FEMA funds have been going. Add those numbers up. That's Gilligan. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Well, listen here, folks. Now, this is proof that you gotta call in. Here I am on the air. It's either me, heat wave. You can have horsepower throw in there. I mean, Uncle Buster, Eagle. One of us will call in if nobody else does. So hey, keep that in mind. Y'all want to complain about the same callers every night? Now's your chance.
That's right.
Were wide open.
That's right.
So here you go. Yep. Well, Steve, I've got a message from Captain Ron that asked me to read this on the air. So these are Captain Ron's words.
Okay.
I tried to call him. I wasn't able to speak to him, so I'm guessing he's dealing with preparations. All right. They, in fact, called for a mandatory evacuation for zone B, A, B, and C, and all mobile homes. My wife, in fact, was put on hands on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa Airport is closing at 9 a.m. Tuesday. Seems a little early as compared to other storms, but this one is like no other. We have filled all the containers and trash cans that we can use to flush the toilet. All right, if it's flushable, that is. I'm not working tonight due to the mass evacuation. My pastor's family left at noon at 7 p.m. Had only made it to Ocala, maybe 100 miles. They've opened up the shoulder to add another lane of travel. I hope to talk to you all on the other side of this. As always, any day is one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Wow.
Yeah. Those are Captain Ron's words. I know some of that you have already covered, but he asked me to go ahead and read that.
So that gives you the idea, though. Yeah. So for the pastor's family, in a 7-hour time frame, they only made about 100 miles. Wow.
Yes. Yeah, that's how bad the traffic is rolling north. Well, let's face it. We've seen Tampa in the crosshairs before, and them storms have turned, as horse feathers brought up, But I tell you what, even if it isn't a direct hit over Tampa, from what I'm seeing, and I have nowhere near the knowledge of like Philip has got, even Captain Ron. I mean, it is not looking good. So, it's just, we can all pray everybody comes through this storm safely. But unfortunately, I'm afraid there's going to be many lose their lives. Well, Steve, I want to advocate that you need to put GMA BS Enterprises infomercial on while you are off. I'm telling you, me, the right-wing nut, and Scarecrow, and I think we can get Double Trouble in on this. Maybe I can get Pappy to call in and get a few others. What do you think?
I think we're all set there, Gilligan.
I hope everybody has a safe night. I know Wright ain't called in. I think he may have stuck his thumb where it wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah. Anybody got an update on him? Yeah, because I hadn't heard from him. Is there any idea when he's going to be back on the road, or is he driving yet or not?
Well, the way he talked, he's probably out to at least the end of October.
Wow.
I talked to him one night, I think it was last week. He's working days. He's actually working there on light duty at the terminal there in Albuquerque. So
light duty. Okay.
He said he's getting tired of picking up trash and stuff.
So he's working during the day. He's obviously not up during the overnight hours, I'm guessing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we'll have to figure out something. Get him covered, because we got to have him and Wright in here. I mean, Wright does have a slight drinking problem.
Right.
I wonder how he's liking them White Owl cigars I gave him. I mean, I found them at the Ruritan ground. The box was stamped, I think 1988.
Oh, nice and fresh.
Left over from. Yeah, I think they've been around for a while. I don't know. He said he wanted some high-quality cigars. I found him a box of White Owl I'd seen there at the Ruritan Club. There's them old games that them out in the country they used to play to give away cigars and candy bars and stuff. That's left over from them days, I guess. I ain't been to a fair in probably 30 years or more, so I don't know if they still do that stuff or not. But I guarantee you they ain't giving away any more cigars like they used to. They probably have to ID you. But now it was pretty much if you were old enough to drive, they'd let you have a cigar back in them days. But the thing is who was working is what was considered driving. Whether he was old enough to have a driver's license or whether he was on the farm and driving about 12, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or younger. I mean, I was driving tractors. I don't even know how young I was. I'm not even sure I was in double digits when I was driving tractors first. Well, I'm going to get on out of here. I hope everybody has a safe night, and hope everybody stays
all right.
safe.
Thank you for chiming in there, Gilligan. Have a good morning. Yeah, about 16 before the hour. Hello, Grasshopper.
Well, good morning. So we're sending all this money to Lebanon. Who does that go to, actually? The leaders, the terrorists, to buy more bombs?
Good question. How do you make sure those... And we said the same thing about Ukraine and same thing about Hamas. When you're funneling money in, are we sending it in like direct food rations and water, or are you giving them money to buy stuff? How do you make sure that it's going to the right people versus buying more munitions from Iran?
Yeah. What's $2 million going to do for North Carolina? Build one bridge that's washed out?
Exactly. I
mean, that's insane.
I know they did say that that's an initial release, but I mean, a whopping $2 million. Yeah, that I mean, in this day and age, for the cost of road construction and bridges, that ain't going to do nothing.
No, it sure won't. we usually go to Anna Maria Island about every other year or so, and all those beautiful beaches down there. It's just south of Clearwater and Tampa and all that, because the water seems to be a little more aqua if you get below the bay, and that's going to be a disaster. I mean, they've already got. I've seen videos. They got debris sitting out on the streets ready to be picked
from
up.
Helene. Yes.
And I mean, I know they're trying to get it all out of there, but I don't guess they can get it all out of there in time. But that's going to. I mean, that 15-foot surge on that island, man, that's just going to devastate that whole island area. It's a shame. I love it down there, but last time we were down there, the traffic was on that island was usually pretty good, but the last times we went down there, it's like, I mean, it's a single lane all the way down the island and back up, and the traffic was just ridiculous, and the beaches were just packed. So I'm assuming a lot of people has moved down there over the last few years for that to happen, because they always called that old Florida down in that area. It was really nice, but yeah, I feel for them people down there. So I guess I have to find a different vacation spot for the next few years.
It's going to take them a while to get it cleaned up, isn't it?
Yeah, and rebuilding all that, and yeah, it's going to be pretty bad. Imagine that whole island to be underwater, because they got, like, on the other side of the island, they have the what they call the inlet area. So, yeah, it's going to be horrible. But anyway, headed back to Lafayette out of Rock Island again. This time I get to go straight home, so that's a good thing for a Monday.
All right, so you're off to a good start.
Yeah, it looks like it. All right, well, you take care. Maybe you'll get some more callers.
Thank you for the update.
We'll
yeah,
talk
you got
to
it.
You later, Steve.
Pappy's on board. We'll get to, I think, Double Trouble. Is that correct? Double Trouble going to check in. You mentioned all the debris, and that came up last evening. A lot of this debris can become projectiles in the wind. Of course, the next storm surge comes in, just going to pick all that debris up and then wash it back in. Homeowners are in a race to dump what could become disastrous debris from Helene as Milton makes its way to Florida. Since Helene hit, the ABC Action News I-Team, questioned by Pinellas County, had so few locations for commercial haulers hired by homeowners to dump storm debris. Over the weekend, Governor Ron DeSantis issued an executive order to make all landfills in counties impacted by Helene open to storm debris. This was something we recognized as a danger that could exacerbate the impacts of the storm. All this debris still sitting in the Tampa Bay area curbs. By Monday, the I-Team learned Pinellas County kept portions of their county dump locked up. In a news conference Monday morning, DeSantis said this when talking about Pinellas County. When we did the executive order, we said 24/7 debris pickup and being able to have these landfills be open. We did the executive order on Saturday, and what happened over the night? It was closed. So what did we do? We cut the locks and we let people bring the debris. Overnight yesterday, what did we have? We had hundreds of cars, not just state vehicles, not private contractors. We had private citizens loading up their F-250s with debris to bring it in. That's helping. That's a public service for them to do that. And the gate was closed, and there was no one manning it, so we opened it. We need an all-hands-on-deck, and the state has helped make a huge dent in the debris removal. There's more work to do. No bureaucracy, no more red tape, no more excuses about the debris, he said. Now, last week, Pinellas County leaders repeatedly told the I-Team that their dump could not handle all the storm debris. And they couldn't verify where the debris was coming from before they shut down the site to all storm debris on Tuesday of last week. The challenge has been that commercial haulers have been showing up at these locations with multiple households full of stuff, and we can't document where it came from, according to the Pinellas County Public Works Director. Yeah, that documentation is required by FEMA for the county to be reimbursed. So that's where DeSantis is talking about. This is a dire situation. Come on. Yeah, the I-Team asked county leaders why the gates were locked at the dump after DeSantis' executive order over the weekend. Now, when the emergency orders were enacted, including Pinellas County, the state, through that executive order, took over the landfill facility and started commandeering it. So they've been making us use it for the appropriate storm debris removal process from the state. Our understanding is that overnight at the facility, they needed access to a second gate to be able to allow for additional debris to be transported. So they broke the gate to get in and to be able to allow additional debris to be brought onto the facility. Closures and confusion about where and when to bring storm debris, costing homeowners time as Milton closes in. They have also brought members of the National Guard in to help with removal of some of that storm debris. But meanwhile, hello, Pappy. How the heck are you?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, I hope the Gilligan's got the minnow all fueled up and ready to go on their voyage. Oh. Hey, guess what came Sunday in the mail from Amazon? Hey, guess.
No idea. What is it?
Flagpole, man.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. I will get that thing in the ground tomorrow. Have an American flag flying with the Trump flag flying underneath it.
All aboard the Trump train.
Yes, sir. Steve, I know I sent you that email, but let me check with you. She wasn't talking about Lebanon, Ohio now, was she?
No, that's the people of Lebanon, kind of like, that's just like the people of Hamas or Hezbollah. Lebanon's, Beirut, Beirut, Lebanon.
Steve, this government, I was mistaken last night when I called, but they're slow to response here. Why are they slow to response? Steve, there's no response. They have abandoned these citizens of the United States and North Carolina, surrounding communities. Flat out abandon these people, Steve.
I'm seeing some videos on social media of people, locals, residents that were there. Just one woman who's sitting in her car, literally bawling her eyes out, saying, if you can hike, if you have an ATV or a motorbike and you can help, we need you here. Don't listen to FEMA. We need help here. Pleading for help.
Steve, it's just unbelievable that these citizens, these North Carolina tax-paying citizens, where the government forcefully takes their money and sends it to Lebanon and gives it to all these other illegals that have crossed our borders. And when these people need help, they just turn their backs on them, man. Unbelievable, Steve. This is unacceptable, man. I just don't know what else to say. So get out and vote early if you can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still for work, Steve. Man, now we got this one getting ready to hit Florida down there. Oh God, man. I got a buddy of mine just retired with the department, and he did about a year in the pre-thing like I'm doing, and he just packed up and went to Florida, man. Him and the wife, his kids are older. He's not quite as old as I am, but almost. And went to Florida. I can't remember where the heck I'm going to have to call him tomorrow. See how he's doing. Maybe get the scoop from him. I think he's right in the center, man. Right in the center, down near Fort Myers. I don't know exactly the subdivision or the area, a little town right outside Fort Myers there. When's this thing due to hit landfall? Is it Wednesday morning?
Sometime,
Tuesday?
Now, Philip was saying they kind of bumped it up to maybe as early as midday Wednesday. It's been saying late Wednesday into early Thursday is what the models have been showing.
Right. Man, Philip, prayers out to you, buddy. Any other nocturnal listeners in the area? Prayers are with you, man. Hunker down. I guess Steve, if there's, I don't know if this is even a bright side. There's no bright side to this, but at least Florida doesn't have the terrain, the type of terrain, that North Carolina and Tennessee has. So I don't know if we get whole towns flooded out like they did there, but make no mistake about it, man. This thing can flatten,
It's the coastal areas. Yeah, the storm surge is going to bring that kind of flooding. The question is, how far inland would that storm surge go? And it could go pretty extensive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight in a speech marking a year since the October 7th attacks carried out by Hamas. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden joined other world leaders in condemning the unspeakable brutality of the Hamas attacks. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
US President Joe Biden says he and his vice president remain fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for the release of more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza after a surprise attack by Hamas exactly 1 year ago. 1,200 people were killed and more than 250 others, including Americans, kidnapped. Israel's ensuing war in Gaza has killed at least 41,900 Palestinians. There have also been thousands of deaths in the West Bank and Lebanon. Across the United States, people are taking to the streets calling for a ceasefire, and vigils are being held for those who've lost their lives in the past year.
Results of the regional legislature election in the Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir region will be out on Tuesday, with pollsters saying no one party could reach the majority mark. It's the first election in a decade in the area that's claimed in whole by India, Pakistan and China, but controlled in parts by all of them. Ishan Garg reports.
The election in Jammu and Kashmir saw higher than average voter participation, with many demanding the region to be declared a state once again. In 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government had stripped India's only Muslim-majority region of its semi-autonomous status. Pollsters now say Mr. Modi's BJP party could fall short of the majority mark in the 90-member legislature. Reports say the BJP is hoping to tie up with many independent candidates to secure a victory.
Hurricane Milton has rapidly intensified into a Category 5 storm and is barreling its way towards the U.S. state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis said that Milton could displace a lot more people than Hurricane Helene did less than 2 weeks ago. Benji Heyer reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations. President Joe Biden says his administration is prepositioning life-saving resources, but the federal government admits it may not have the funds to make it through a catastrophic hurricane season.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, 1 year on from the Hamas attacks on Israel, what is the future for any kind of negotiated settlement that leads to the creation of a two-state solution? Israel and a sovereign Palestinian state coexisting side by side. Matt Fry, presenter and correspondent with the UK's Channel 4 News, is on special assignment in Israel this week and says it's hard to overstate how much ground has been lost diplomatically over the course of the last violent and agonising 12 months.
Saudi Arabia was pretty close to striking a bilateral deal with Israel before October the 7th. And one of the reasons why October the 7th is thought to have happened is basically Iran, through its proxies in Hamas, saying you can't do a deal over the heads of the Palestinian people. If anything good can come out of this appalling year, it is to try and fashion some kind of peace deal which involves the recognition of an independent, sovereign, viable Palestinian state. Israeli public opinion and Israeli voters, they're not there. If you speak to the remnants of Hamas, they are not there. They believe in a one-state solution with no Israel, and there are many Israelis who believe in a one-state solution which involves the Palestinians living here as second-class citizens or not at all.
And so the conflict enters a second year with very little optimism, with Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran and the Houthis in Yemen all now fully involved in growing regional instability. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight 1 year on since the mass killings and abductions carried out by Hamas. US President Joe Biden called for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Regional election results are expected from India's northern Jammu and Kashmir region. Another powerful and potentially life-threatening hurricane is barreling towards the US state of Florida. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Good to have you on board here Tuesday, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yeah, we left off there. We were talking about, will they see the kind of flooding they saw in North Carolina? Of course, you got the mountains, the terrain, walls of water rushing off those mountains. The difference in storm surge, though. Some of the questions. How far inland does storm surge go in Florida? And it's even if you're not on the coast, you are at risk. Storm surges can push into rivers and wetlands, flooding their banks for hundreds of miles inland. Question, let's see. How far inland would a 15-foot storm surge go? The National Hurricane Center projects a life-threatening storm surge up to 15 foot above ground level. That water can travel miles inland. Hence why officials are calling for evacuations up to Zone C, as they call it. I'm not sure how many miles inland that would be there, but so and if you got a 15-foot storm surge and you're 2 miles inland and you're only, say 10 foot above sea level, you're still going to have a wall of 5 foot of water submerge everything.
Yeah, Steve, Florida's so flat, man, Any major storm surge like that, man, it could go for miles in there, man. Man, if I could make a suggestion, that got me thinking when Philip was talking about the 75 northbound being just jacked up, right? It's a good idea to have you a little bug-in bag, so to speak, in your car. Containing all the necessary things you would need to survive for a couple days. See, when I worked over on the other side of town, when you had your other gig going on over there, man, I kept a bag in the cruiser, man, in case it really got crazy and I had to walk home. You're talking, that was a 35-mile hike, man. Mm-hmm. You ain't going to do it in one day. Not at my age. I remember there was a golf cart company there on Montgomery Road. And they kind of make fancy golf carts. Not your typical. I mean, they had some typical ones, but they made like your fancy golf carts for these people that drive around in your high up and I don't want to say trailer parks, but your mobile home parks where people drive their mobile homes and use their little golf carts to get around, and they like to dress them up and stuff. But I thought, man, I'm going to steal me a golf cart. You know exactly where this place was. But, man, just some water, a couple gallons of water. Get you a couple cans of tuna, can opener, a heat source. See them little canisters that they use to heat up stuff. Like if you go to a wedding reception, you know how they got all the food out. They got them little canisters underneath, heating everything. You know, get you a few of them, man. A good lighter, butane lighter maybe even. Couple days worth of medication that you need to take. Some protein bars. Man, you can stuff all that in a nice little bag, Steve. Get you a little, you know, tactical type little bag. Put all this stuff in, and just to say, man, you get stuck. At least you got a couple days worth of stuff there, man. Man, Steve, I was working. I didn't have a chance, but did you see any of the clips from the Trump rally in Butler County, Pennsylvania?
I saw some of the aerial photography where the crowd was estimated 50 to 60,000. Massive.
Steve, let me tell you, I'm going to say this right now is, listen up. Not talking that we can't get out and vote, but there's no way right now that you can convince me that Trump is going to lose this election. Now, he can lose it because they're going to cheat. That's why we got to get out. Man, Steve, I saw some clips, and it was just, my God, man. What a show. Elon Musk gave a great little speech there. Saw part of his. What did Trump say? Take on it. What was his opening remarks?
As I was
first words is
as I was saying.
As I was saying. And the crowd just erupted, man. You don't see this with the other team. You just don't see this, Steve. There was another video going around where Harris was, I don't know if it was if she was giving a speech. I don't know if it was a rally or what the heck it was. But her daggone monitor went out. Did you see that?
Yes. Her little earpiece.
Her monitor went out. You could see it. But Bongino paid a clip, and he's like, hey, I want you to pay real close attention to this. He told her when that thing goes out, you'll be able to see it as soon as it goes out. And she took a deep breath, right? Like, oh no. I think what she was saying right before, we got 32 days left in the election, and all of a sudden the monitor goes out, she takes a deep breath, and she don't know what to say. She kept saying, yes, 32 days. Yes, sir, we got 32 days. I was watching Gunfeld. What's it? What the heck's his name? Dagona Titus? Is that his name? That wrestler,
the big guy
dude on Gunfeld.
Right.
Anyway, he made a great point, dude. In a political campaign like this, you're trying to sell yourself, right? You shouldn't need a monitor. You should need somebody to write you a script on how you can sell yourself. He made a great point. I mean, Trump can stand up there for hours and go toe-to-toe with the best of them without no monitors, no notes. And as soon as her notebook gets wet and she can't read it, she's lost. And how the heck can we have somebody like this in charge of this country? I don't know. We'll have to hang in there and see what happens. Early voting starts in Ohio today, the 8th of October. Thanks to Esco Mom, who's looked that up for me. I work Wednesday, Thursday, Steve, and then I'm off just because I took that time off thinking I might be going somewhere.
You might be cruising the high seas, yes.
Yeah, playing pirate, chasing women down in the Caribbean. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So maybe Friday. I'm off. I'll be off Friday, and then probably till when you get back, I guess. But anyway, I guarantee you this: my butt is going to be out in Norwood voting one of them days. Talking to another guy on the squad. It's like, hey man, we need to get the squad together on our off day. Let's everybody. I'll pick y'all up. We'll drive on out there and get her done. So that's your first priority when you get back, my man. If I haven't done it by then, I will come out and pick you up, and we will go vote.
Okay.
Sound like a plan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a diehard vote on election day, typically kind of guy, but I mean, so that means on election day, I sit back and do nothing, right?
Yep. Sit back and watch the show, right? Steve, I told you we got an email. I can't get too in depth about it, but they were claiming that beware on election day that a lot of these voting poll places might start getting swatted. We all know what that means.
And you'll have disruptions, in other words. Yeah.
Disruptions. And Steve, they've been telling us this. They have been telling us this for months. Anything they can do to disrupt this voting thing, geared at Republicans, believe that. You watch. If there's bomb threats, it won't be in the heart of Detroit. Won't be in these inner cities. It'll be on the outskirts.
In the traditional,
we'll see what happens.
In the traditional, more, would you say, conservative precincts. I got you. All right, we'll leave it at that. Double Trucker, how we been?
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, good to have you with us.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've called in, so I just figured I'd touch base with y'all. I live in Tennessee. I live in Rutledge, and we didn't get the flooding, but man, did we get the wind? The wind was real bad. We lost power at my house for like 31 hours. So, and if you ever want to get your power turned on, just go out and buy a generator. It'll come right back on for you.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I got home, I put the wheels on it and everything, and the handle on it, and get ready to put gasoline in it, and the power come back on. Oh, it's son of a gun. So. But I went and fired up a 30-amp breaker and ran the wiring and put the outlet in for my generator. I actually sent Gilligan a video of it. And went ahead and tested it out Saturday. Sunday morning I went ahead and tested it out, and able to run everything in the house except for the AC, the dryer, and the oven. I was able to run the well pump, I was able to run the hot water heater, and all the lights on, the microwave, the dishwasher. I was able to run all that on that generator. So, which I thought was pretty neat. My wife and I both took a shower with the generator on.
Right,
so,
right.
Just to test it out to see, what we can do and what we can't do with it in case the power goes back out again. So I've got it in the shed now, and I actually got some put some stay-bill in it, so it's good for up to 2 years now as far as storing that darn thing. So I just got to go ahead and fill up my other 2 gas cans and put some stay-bill in that. But, One thing I would have done different is I would have probably got me one that was more wattage. The one I got was like 6,700 watts, so I could only run a 30 amp service for it. Basically, the math on it is you take your wattage divided by your volts, which would be 240 volts, and that gives you your amperage. So, if I'd have got a 1,200 watt one, 1,200 watts divided by 240 volts, that would have been exactly 50 amps. I could have ran a 50 amp service. So, that's the only thing I think I'd have done different. That way I could have run the AC unit too.
Gotcha.
But, yeah. So, but I ended up 8 o'clock that Friday morning. The storm come through. I lost power, and it didn't come back on until 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon. So I was getting worried about the stuff in the freezer because I already lost everything one time already. I had to empty the freezer out. So I got a little worried. So I forked up almost $1,000 for a damn generator over at Lowe's.
Right. Well, now for future needs, you'll have it on hand, but I guess to make sure you put your stay bill in there to keep that fuel fresh.
Absolutely. Yeah, I went to O'Reilly's Sunday, and they had O'Reilly's is right next to Applebee's. I went and took my wife out to Applebee's, and I walked over there and got me the stay bill, and I had a couple other things I had to get over there anyway. But yeah, they had like 3 different sizes of the stay bill there. I think the bottle I got was 40 ounces, if I remember correctly. Yeah, they had like 3 different sizes. They had a small, medium, and a large.
Right.
Got the in-between size, But, so I've got that in there. And, I don't know what else is going on. Nothing really. The new bids that I've got right now that I'm running is supposed to be Knoxville to Charlotte, North Carolina. And there's no way to get there. You can't go 81 to 77 and then get back because I'm home every day. To get Charlotte is just too many hours. You're only allowed to drive 11 hours a day. So they actually got me going to Norcross, Georgia. They dropped the load of meeting a Charlotte driver there in Norcross. So to get this basically, so they're having us routed I-75 going through Atlanta to I-85. So something else, and they're saying they're not going to have that interstate open for quite a while. I think they're saying September maybe of next year.
That's what I was seeing for 40. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Now, the Tennessee side, they're saying they might be able to get it 1 lane each way on the Tennessee in a couple weeks. But the North Carolina side still, they're not going to have that open until like September, they're saying. So I don't know why Tennessee is in such a rush to try to get it open, because you're not going to go that much further once you get out of Tennessee.
Right,
so,
right.
I don't know what they're going to do. It's a headache. That's all I gotta say. So,
and it's going to be a long-term headache.
Yeah. So it just seems like it's always something. Wherever you think it can't get any worse, and then it does. So I just and then to find out FEMA's out of money. Did I hear that correctly? Because they gave it to all these illegals coming over here. And they don't know how they're going to fund this hurricane if they hit Florida, because they're saying they don't have the money for another major hurricane hit this year.
Yeah, I mean,
did I hear that?
You heard that correct. Yeah, the president may have to, they may have to call Congress back so they can appropriate some emergency funds for disaster relief for FEMA. Yeah, we gave it all away.
Yeah. And just, we still have money to be given Ukraine and Israel. And, yeah. Just unbelievable. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. It's just, and then people will vote for these same people that are in office now. you know, that make these great decisions. You know, I guess because they hate Trump so bad, they'd rather, you know, not be able to put food on the table. I guess because they don't like his tweets or whatever. I don't.
His mean tweets.
I really don't. I really don't. So, but anyway, that's basically all I had for you. I just figured I'd call and touch base.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I ended up. Yeah, and I ended up having to call into work that Friday too because when the power went out, it was because a tree hit the power line and went across the road, and there was only one way in and out. So I ended up losing a night's worth of work too because of it. So, it is what it is. So, but anyway, I'll try not to be a stranger.
Do that. Yeah, have a great morning. Safe travels. Thank you for checking in here on a Tuesday. What do you say, Cue Ball?
Good morning, Steve. You know, I was listening to that story you were talking about with DeSantis and the dump and the debris. Isn't it funny how, you know, there's a lot, I don't know if you've seen all these examples of FEMA and other forms of government really getting in the way of all the relief that's been coming to North Carolina specifically, because I don't think all these other states are having all these troubles. What was that whole situation? They had the track with that dump. They had the track where stuff was coming from because of FEMA. Did I hear that right?
That's not ringing a bell. I'm not. Did I talk about that?
Yeah, just talk about that. DeSantis cutting the path. You know, it made that executive order that these dumps had to be open,
right,
for people to get all the debris.
And
it said something about they had to close. You know, they closed it up because there's nobody there to track where it was coming from.
Yeah, that's
FEMA
what
needs
they need to know.
Where all the crap is coming from.
They need to know if you're going to get reimbursed by FEMA. Supposedly, you got to know where it came from.
So it's super important to know that this F-250 came from Main Street with 60 bricks, and this one came in with 2 tree branches and a log. I mean, I that doesn't make any sense to me, but isn't the end result goal of getting this crap through, taken care of? That's just one thing. But, I was paying attention over this weekend to some things that were coming up, and I had talked on your show the other day last week about these private helicopter pilots. But there's many government agencies, especially FEMA, that's been getting in the way of things. Did you see in Lure Lake, North Carolina, when this all started, there was a guy that was flying his helicopter, getting people out of there, and they threatened him with arrest because he was rescuing people
I shared that story last week. His son was his co-pilot. But yeah, we got to pause. Hold the thought. We'll be back after this.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight in a speech marking a year since the October 7th attacks carried out by Hamas. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden joined other world leaders in condemning the unspeakable brutality of the Hamas attacks. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
US President Joe Biden says he and his vice president remain fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for the release of more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza after a surprise attack by Hamas exactly 1 year ago. 1,200 people were killed and more than 250 others, including Americans, kidnapped. Israel's ensuing war in Gaza has killed at least 41,900 Palestinians. There have also been thousands of deaths in the West Bank and Lebanon. Across the United States, people are taking to the streets calling for a ceasefire And vigils are being held for those who've lost their lives in the past year.
Results of the regional legislature election in the Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir region will be out on Tuesday, with pollsters saying no one party could reach the majority mark. It's the first election in a decade in the area that's claimed in whole by India, Pakistan and China, but controlled in parts by all of them. Ishan Garg reports.
The election in Jammu and Kashmir saw higher than average voter participation, with many demanding the region to be declared a state once again. In 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government had stripped India's only Muslim-majority region of its semi-autonomous status. Pollsters now say Mr. Modi's BJP party could fall short of the majority mark in the 90-member legislature. Reports say the BJP is hoping to tie up with many independent candidates to secure a victory.
Hurricane Milton has rapidly intensified into a Category 5 storm and is barreling its way towards the U.S. state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis said that Milton could displace a lot more people than Hurricane Helene did less than 2 weeks ago. Benji Heyer reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations. President Joe Biden says his administration is prepositioning life-saving resources, but the federal government admits it may not have the funds to make it through a catastrophic hurricane season.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All righty then, welcome back. Yeah, we left off there at Q-Ball talking about the guy had a private helicopter. It could only carry so much. He and his son were out there looking for people stranded on the mountains and found a couple out there in a deteriorating driveway, as he put it. Lands his chopper. Decides that he's going to take them down one at a time because he didn't want to put the weight of 3 people in the copper at the same time. So he leaves his son there takes the woman, it's a husband and wife that are stuck, takes the woman down, lands in a parking lot to drop her off. Law enforcement tells him they're going to arrest him if he goes back up the mountain. He's like, what the? He actually argued with him a bit. He said, well, I'm going back to get my co-pilot. I don't care what you. He went back and got his son, and I guess ultimately had to tell the guy, the husband, whose wife was now off the mountain, you're stuck till somebody else gets here, I guess. I don't know if he had to wait for the National Guard or what.
Yeah, so the rest of the story, I saw it on Queen City News. They got a YouTube channel. So the guy that threatened to have him arrested was the assistant fire chief there. And he went, as far as I know, assistant fire chief doesn't have arresting powers. But the cops that were with him do. So that's when the pilot decided, I'm just going to go get my kid and get out of there. So they had video. The husband took video of the copter coming in and landing on this quote-unquote deteriorating driveway. If you've seen any videos out of there, you'll see what that means. The driveway is like a concrete slab, but the river rose up and ate the ground from underneath the slab. So it's like you land on the slab, it looks solid, but it's not. The whole slab could just break free and slide down the hill.
Okay.
So he was trying to get the helicopter in as far close as he can. If you watch Gentry and Sons' latest video, you'll see how you'll think you're on a paved road, but there's nothing under the pavement, and then the pavement will give out underneath your equipment. And he had that happen to his skid steer. So that's that situation that this pilot had. So under threat of arrest, he went back to get his son, and then he told the husband, he's like, I gotta leave you. So-and-so said if I come back, I'll be arrested. I'm just getting my kid. I'm out of here. You're on your own. Now, he later said he really regretted that, but I eventually, it was like a day or two later, that same fire department finally got through. So what they did to get that guy was they threw a rope across the river and dragged him through the water, hooked to a rope, rather than let the helicopter pilot, because I guess flying a helicopter where there are no other helicopters interferes with the fire department hiking through the woods and fording a river with a rope. Last I checked, I mean, if I looked up in the sky, I bet I could see an airplane, and last I checked, unless it's in front of me, I don't think it's going to interfere with me driving this Peterbilt. But what do I know? That just sounds like somebody that, wants all the credit for it. There's another situation that I saw on I think it's the YouTube channel Mr. Guns and Gear. I think that's the name of the channel, something along that line, where there's a sheriff, like the actual sheriff, not a deputy, a sheriff, threatened to shut down an airport gathering site where they were securing a lot of material, water, food, diapers, baby formula, that kind of thing, and flying it out to areas in North Carolina because nobody was running it through him. A YouTuber went up there with his guys that was filming it. The sheriff never did that, but he said all the donations have to go through the armory for accountability. And then the private helicopter pilots and aircraft or whoever can start running it up the mountains. So once again, it's like some form of government wanting to take the credit of getting this to the people, and he was going to seize it all until somebody with a camera showed up, and then that idea got stopped but had to go through his little armory rather than just get it to the people of by any means necessary. See, Cletus McFarland on his channel, he talked a little bit about what that whole thing entailed. Now, he was working with Operation Airdrop, and I don't think they had too much trouble. But he was explaining how you had to worry about the weight in the helicopter, because you might have the room in the helicopter for more stuff, but the machines are only capable of carrying so much weight.
Yep.
And these are not big like Blackhawks. These are like little, they're not very big helicopters. Not only do you have to weigh out everything you take from these airports, but you have to balance it out in the aircraft itself. So you can't have like too much weight on one side and none on the other, right? So you got to know what you're doing. It all has to get weighed. So there is a type of accountability right there in and of the fact that this stuff has to go out via aircraft. But they're more worried about the weight of it rather than what it is. And they're trying to coordinate that with people on the ground with Starlink or other type of radio comms or whatever they may or may not have. And they're relaying this all back and forth as best as they can. No, so what a lot of people were doing was they were donating to places they know of via Facebook groups. Maybe they'll call in like an Amazon order and say, hey, deliver it to Hangar 12 at blah, blah, blah municipal airport. And then people just started coordinating it all and letting the helicopter pilots just come and go with, what they could carry based on where they were going or who they were bringing it to. And that's how it was working, and it was working real good. But some of these locals are getting, these local municipalities are getting pissy with it. The biggest one of all that made the most news was Trump got Elon Musk to get a bunch of Starlinks out there.
Right.
But then FEMA blocked it. So Elon gets on Twitter, X, and starts running, and starts getting on Pete Buttigieg, be like, hey, what are you doing? Like, we're trying to get these people communications. What are you doing blocking it? It's like the government is literally getting in the way of this. So, now, I'm friends with Tim Gentry, Gentry and Sons Trucking YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He's been in and out of there a lot. And honestly, I haven't spoke to him personally in about either 3 or 4 days. It's very hard to get a hold of him because he's in and out of regions where his damn phone don't work. So when he gets back home, he starts posting on Facebook about what he went through that day, and he tries to get a video out. Now, according to one of his Facebook posts, FEMA tried to commandeer or confiscate side-by-sides from the group of people he was working with, rather than just let them do what they were doing, because there are areas where you can get supplies to people via, like not roads, but like trails. If you see at least the video, you see these roads, you could barely get a skid steer or side-by-side down. You ain't getting a pickup truck through here. It's just not big enough. And then they got all shut down. They were trying to open up the road, working with the whatever county DOT that was, and then the state came in and shut it all down. So Tim wouldn't leave right away because he wanted to make sure the guy on a dozer wasn't going to be out there by himself should he get hung up or, like I said, the road collapse and you'll roll the dozer into the river. So it's like you got the county trying to get people to open up the roads and get supplies and stuff to the people, and then you got the state shutting them down. Today's Facebook post he put up, he was coming in with this Peterbilt with, skid loader, fuel. He's got like these big totes of fuel, diesel fuel and so on, construction equipment. And of course, him personally, he's taking supplies in there because he's telling people to ship it to his yard, and he'll haul them in. He's trying to get a bunch of generators and fuel. And then on the Facebook post, there's a cop in front of the truck, and they won't let him through. Now, he says on that Facebook post he was able to work because he's also part of or working with the Cajun Navy. So that's why they let him on today or yesterday. But they're not letting, like, if you think you're just going to roll up with your side-by-side and go to your local fire department and say, hey, I'm here to help, what do you need? they won't let you anywhere near that area. So it's almost like they don't want the help. You have to like sneak in or get a helicopter pilot to bring you in over the blockade, so to speak, to get you in there to be able to do anything for anybody. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
And meanwhile,
it's literally like if FEMA doesn't get the credit, no one's going to get it done. They'd rather you starve to death. They don't want to deliver a single bottle of water unless it's got a FEMA stamp on it.
So you got the FEMA chief coming out to the mainstream media saying that things like what you are saying are fictitious. That is not true. But Tim's on the ground dealing with it firsthand, so it is true.
I'm gonna tell you right now, based on the attitudes I'm hearing from people that are up in there, what's going to happen if they're not careful is FEMA is going to go into the wrong neighborhood blocking supplies, and you're going to wind up with I wouldn't go. Let me put it like this: I would have no problem walking around them mountains with a shirt saying, "Hi, I'm from New Jersey. I'm here to help." But if you walk up some of them hollers with a FEMA jacket, you might not come out of them hills.
Wow.
They are pissed. They are absolutely pissed because word's getting out now. They're getting their Starlinks. They're getting generators. They're getting communications. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing that the government is stopping people from helping them. So yeah, it could get to a point to where I don't care what the FEMA director's saying. I know guys that are there. They are absolutely getting held up by FEMA or other government agencies, such as that one Tennessee sheriff or that one assistant fire chief. As far as I'm concerned, that assistant fire chief should be sitting in the jail right now for doing that. You can't. You don't have the power to arrest. You can't threaten an arrest. But I digress. These are just wannabe politicians that have a little authority, let it get to the head. But now's not the time to fight that fight. Now's the time to just help the people and get it done. Also, did you hear David Axelrod? Did you hear what he had to say about all this?
No, sir.
Okay, now David Axelrod, many people know, but not everybody knows. If Obama thinks it, he might keep it to himself. But if he doesn't want it nailed to him, he goes and tell his other mouth, David Axelrod, to go speak it for him. In other words, Axelrod speaks for Obama. And Axelrod, I'm going to paraphrase it, but he was talking about the election. He's like, yeah, like the liberals out there in like Raleigh and the eastern side of the state, they're not going to have a problem voting. But them Trump guys on the western side of the state in them hills, yeah, it don't look like they'll be voting this year. I'm paraphrasing, but not by much.
But he came right out and said that, and I have seen various headlines that, the election as close as it is, there's going to be issues with these people being able to cast their vote. Huh. Which begs the question Pappy asked last evening. Is that why it appears that there is a little bit of feet dragging going on? Yeah, talk about folks kind of improvising. He mentioned the side-by-sides. Word this past day of one isolated town where the folks have kind of improvised their own bridge using a couple of flatbed trailers, truck trailers, to keep connected to the rest of the world. Towns like Elk Park, North Carolina, they're working to fix what they can and keep themselves supplied while they wait official repairs. When the bridge serving as the only way in and out of Elk Park got washed away, residents were forced to come up with a temporary solution. Ultimately, using several flatbed tractor truck trailers, serving as a makeshift bridge, allowing them to use ATVs to carry supplies to and from the town. There's only one way in and one way out. John Precinto has been making frequent supply runs since the floodwaters receded. He said, you ain't getting no supply chain without a bridge. Everybody has pulled together. We're getting our roads cleared. We're getting there slowly but surely. You cannot get a truck across the bridge we built, but you can get side-by-sides. So a bunch of side-by-sides have been getting together, running supplies back and forth. For now, the area is using the nearby Elk Park Community Center as a warehouse for supplies. Nearby residents say they've all worked together to stock up water and food, but they're still looking to gather food and generators. There are people with no homes left, people that can't get out of their houses, trees down, washouts, flooding. We felt this was something we needed to do. According to the Livonia, Georgia's police chief, who's been driving up to help recovery efforts there. For right now, the flatbed trailer bridge is the only thing connecting the mountain town to nearby communities. This is just individual efforts. I don't see anything about FEMA being in there helping to get people in and out. Russell, got you coming up here. Daryl, if you can hang in there in Fairfield this morning, be right back.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Russell on board this Tuesday. How we doing, Russell?
Hey, Steve, pretty good. Thanks for taking my call. How you doing?
Well, getting ready for the big cruise here. What do you think my odds are?
Well, I was looking on Newsweek, and they're giving a list of closings of airports. I don't know where you're flying into, but if you want to look up Newsweek, I think they got a little list here that covers. Where are you guys flying into?
Miami.
In Florida?
Yeah, Miami.
Okay, I think you may be all right in Miami, possibly. But it didn't. I don't have Miami here, but like I said, hopefully you guys will be all right going in there. I was thinking about
I know. Later this morning,
the
Tampa airport shuts down this morning. Orlando's are going to be shutting down later on this tonight or early Wednesday morning. Whatever a bunch of airports are going to shut down completely. But obviously, air travel is going to be a mess. Planes are going to be stuck all over the place. They can't get here from there.
Yes, they will. Yeah, I thought I'd give you a call for you guys take off, and like I said, wish everything well for you all, being safe, and also keeping prayers for Florida, everybody in Florida down there, stay hunkered down in the storm.
Mm-hmm.
What was I going to say? I was going to congratulate. I put it on his timeline. Congratulate Pappy on his 32 years of service. Appreciate him and all he's done. How's Steven doing, by the way? I haven't heard you say anything about him for a while.
He's doing a whole lot better. Yeah, the wife told me the other day that he right now I think he's slated to be back to work by February. Now that's a whole lot because they thought they said he was going to be out for like a year, and I guess that's pretty common for an ACL. So he's cutting several months off what they expected he'd be out.
Well, that's good. I know he'll be glad to get back on the job there. Yeah, while you're on your cruise, I'll be watching my Netflix movies here. keep me awake here.
Okay.
You
We'll
all be careful.
We'll be thinking about you there, Russell. Maybe one of these days you can join us out there, if we do another. Yeah, Daryl's going to ask about how's Turbo, not Turbo, how's Stryker. Yeah, and Stephen, I talked to him when I talked a couple of days ago. He said he's actively working with Stryker right now. Yeah, going out, he'll hide something, a.k.a. drugs for the dog to find. Yeah, I said, he said, I hid cocaine. I said, well, where the hell did you get cocaine? It's like, well, no, it's for the canine thing. They have to use the real drugs to train them with, so. Okay, so I guess it's all monitored. I had no idea that he had that. I guess drugs and guns. Yeah, two things that Stryker can find. All right, yeah, I mean, when it comes to cruise operations, all the cruise lines are giving updates on impacts from the storm. Yeah, some ships that are slated to return maybe on, say Friday, maybe delayed a day. Things of that nature. I'm looking at, right now they're saying the Port of Miami is currently open, but will likely close for a time as tropical storm conditions are expected to impact that port. We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight in a speech marking a year since the October 7th attacks carried out by Hamas. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden joined other world leaders in condemning the unspeakable brutality of the Hamas attacks. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
US President Joe Biden says he and his vice president remain fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for the release of more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza after a surprise attack by Hamas exactly 1 year ago. 1,200 people were killed and more than 250 others, including Americans, kidnapped. Israel's ensuing war in Gaza has killed at least 41,900 Palestinians. There have also been thousands of deaths in the West Bank and Lebanon. Across the United States, people are taking to the streets calling for a ceasefire, and vigils are being held for those who've lost their lives in the past year.
Results of the regional legislature election in the Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir region will be out on Tuesday, with pollsters saying no one party could reach the majority mark. It's the first election in a decade in the area that's claimed in whole by India, Pakistan and China, but controlled in parts by all of them. Ishan Garg reports.
The election in Jammu and Kashmir saw higher than average voter participation, with many demanding the region to be declared a state once again. In 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government had stripped India's only Muslim-majority region of its semi-autonomous status. Pollsters now say Mr. Modi's BJP party could fall short of the majority mark in the 90-member legislature. Reports say the BJP is hoping to tie up with many independent candidates to secure a victory.
Hurricane Milton has rapidly intensified into a Category 5 storm and is barreling its way towards the U.S. state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis said that Milton could displace a lot more people than Hurricane Helene did less than 2 weeks ago. Benji Heyer reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations. President Joe Biden says his administration is prepositioning life-saving resources, but the federal government admits it may not have the funds to make it through a catastrophic hurricane season.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, 1 year on from the Hamas attacks on Israel, what is the future for any kind of negotiated settlement that leads to the creation of a two-state solution, Israel and a sovereign Palestinian state coexisting side by side? Matt Fry, presenter and correspondent with the UK's Channel 4 News, is on special assignment in Israel this week and says it's hard to overstate how much ground has been lost diplomatically over the course of the last violent and agonising 12 months.
Saudi Arabia was pretty close to striking a bilateral deal with Israel before October the 7th. And one of the reasons why October the 7th is thought to have happened is basically Iran, through its proxies in Hamas, saying you can't do a deal over the heads of the Palestinian people. If anything good can come out of this appalling year, it is to try and fashion some kind of peace deal which involves the recognition of an independent, sovereign, viable Palestinian state. Israeli public opinion and Israeli voters, they're not there. If you speak to the remnants of Hamas, they are not there. They believe in a one-state solution with no Israel, and there are many Israelis who believe in a one-state solution which involves the Palestinians living here as second-class citizens or not at all.
And so the conflict enters a second year with very little optimism, with Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran and the Houthis in Yemen all now fully involved in growing regional instability. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight 1 year on since the mass killings and abductions carried out by Hamas. US President Joe Biden called for a ceasefire and hostage deal. Regional election results are expected from India's northern Jammu and Kashmir region. Another powerful and potentially life-threatening hurricane is barreling towards the U.S. state of Florida. And that is the latest Feature Story News. Laura Westbrook reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty. What do you say? Get that final hour underway. And it's 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Daryl. How the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker and how's Mrs. Steve handling all the hacking and details of the cruise?
We're pretty close to being ready. I think we're going to finalize. We're going to finish up the packing. According to the princess, my orders are that I'm going to spend a few hours and help her finish packing today. Everybody doing well, though. We're all kind of sitting back, kind of wondering about airline flights and travel delays and port closures. Everything's we could have a few hiccups, but I think everything's going to work out.
Let me give you a Psalm 46:10. It says, "Be still and know that I am God." So sometimes you got to have the patience of Job and just be still and let the Lord take care of the details.
And whatever He wants, that's the way it'll work out, right?
That's the way it's going to work out. I worked for Prudential when the big hurricane hit Homestead, Florida, and they cashed in $1 billion worth of bonds the next day after that hurricane hit, and State Farm cashed in $5 billion worth of bonds.
Wow!
And then I came to understand that in property and casualty insurance company, the big companies don't want over 5% of the business in any one county of the United States because of these disasters. It would wipe out a property and casualty insurance. Just say they had 75% of the business in a county like where Tampa, Florida's at.
Right.
So the people that run the companies know this, and they try not to have over 5% of business in any one county of the United States.
How about that?
And I found that interesting. And you're talking about the FEMA. No one has mentioned OSHA. They're the ones that had farmers to post in their barns that manure was slick when it was wet. And they fine people for not having rails on ladders. And I guarantee you, when they see a bridge made out of flatbed trailers, they will just fine people left and right because it doesn't meet OSHA rules.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
And this is what aggravates people, farmers, contractors, people that are working every day out building houses and building roads, is all the regulations that's thrown in their face. And this is what makes people mad. And I can understand, you know, the firemen have their rules that they are bound by, the police, the sheriffs, and you can't move to the left or the right without breaking one of the rules.
Right.
And that's why Trump wanted 3 of these rules thrown out for every one new rule that Congress passed, which makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting ready to put my motorcycle to bed for winter, so I'll be putting that stay bill in there. And you all have a good time on your trip.
All right. Well, hopefully all goes according to plan. As you say, be still. I've heard that many a times growing up. Be still. And the patience of Job. Yeah, you get kind of nervous and anxious. You can't really fret over it, but it is what it is, as they say. Hello to Jacob, who says, hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 51 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. All right, good to have you with us. Joey says, I have a home in Navarre, Florida, on the Sound. My insurance went from $8,000 a year to $15,000 a year. Now, that's for hurricane and flood insurance. Yeah, where are the insurance costs going to be headed? I mentioned North Carolina, where a meeting convened this past day. The insurance industry has requested to raise homeowner premiums statewide by more than 42% on average. A top lieutenant for the insurance commissioner, Mike Hawsey, opened what's expected to be a multiple weeks of witnesses, evidence, and arguments by the attorneys for the state insurance department and the North Carolina Rate Bureau that represents insurance companies seeking the increase. In over 2,000 pages of data filed last January, the Rate Bureau sought proposed increases varying widely from just over 4% in parts of the mountains to 99% in some beach areas. Proposed increases in and around big cities like Raleigh, Charlotte, and Greensboro, roughly 40% across 11 western counties that were hit hard by Helene, including Asheville's Buncombe County. The requested increase is 20.5%. Percentages, they say, are based on insurance payouts of years past and future claims projections. After taking public comment, Causey rejected the request in February, prompting this hearing, which is odd that, the timing of the devastation in western North Carolina, I guess, couldn't be worse for this particular hearing. Let's see. In previous rounds of premium rate requests, the industry and commissioners have negotiated settlements before a hearing. Before the last such hearing back in 2021, they settled on a 7.9% average premium increase after the Bureau sought a 24.5%. This time, Causey told reporters, we were not able to come anywhere close. So that's why we're here today. When the hearing ends, the hearing officer, in consultation with Causey, will decide within 45 days whether the proposed rates are excessive, and if so, issue an order that sets new rates. That order could be challenged at the state's Court of Appeals. The Rate Bureau attorney told hearing officer that the highest inflation in 40 years, particularly on building materials, combined with calamitous storms that are getting worse and worse, show that current premium rates are severely inadequate. He cited then Helene, unprecedented destruction in the state's western mountain communities, Florence in 2018, the hurricane which caused billions of dollars in damage to eastern North Carolina, much of that paid for by insurance companies. Not mentioned yesterday was Hurricane Milton, which, of course, grew explosively to a Cat 5. This one is going to mostly miss North Carolina, but whether you want to call it climate change or not, there's no denying we are having stronger, more costly storms than we've seen in any time of our lifetimes, he says. The insurance department's attorney argued that the industry continues to use actuarial methods that ignore what state law requires in calculating rates increases. He said the Bureau's requested rates are inflated and that the department's actuaries will demonstrate there are alternative recommended rates that will allow the members to earn what they're constitutionally entitled to. But Spivey said the insurance department witnesses would seek to actually lower premium rates or limit increases to less than 3%. Without a fair profit and the ability to cover claims, Spivey said the industry will have to invoke a legal exception more frequently in insuring high-risk homeowners only if they agree to pay premiums that are up to 250% of the Bureau's rate. Otherwise, he said, more insurers will just stop issuing policies altogether, which we've seen a lot of that in Florida. What they call it the consent to rate exception in North Carolina's law has helped prevent a mass exodus of home insurers like we've seen in other states. According to an insurance professor of Appalachian State University, while each state has different models to regulate the rates, those affected by more hurricanes and storms are essentially faced with two options: allow rates to keep rising to cover claims, or somehow we build structures that are able to withstand the changing of the climate. Now, Friedman criticized the Bureau for citing Helene in their opening statement, saying it shouldn't be used as grounds to raise rate on the storm's survivors. He noted that most of Helene's damage was flooding, which is actually covered separately from the homeowners' policies that are right now being considered. Anyway, these proceedings are likely to continue after early voting begins on October 17. The two-term Republican commissioner, Causey, is being challenged by a Democrat, a state senator. So Causey said he's not hearing the case in part because he's not an attorney. State law allows him to pick someone else to preside over the hearing, which is what they call a quasi-judicial proceeding. Can you imagine a 42% rate increase? All right, storm surge, that's the word. We were talking with Pappy about that last hour. In any tropical storm or hurricane, they tell us the biggest danger is not the wind, it's the water. Surge, the massive wall of relentless water that pushes ashore during a hurricane up into rivers and bays, often causes the most damage and deaths. The battering force of a sudden rise of water can easily destroy bridges, erode roads, and knock homes off their foundations. With the warning of Hurricane Milton, Category 5, approaching, most of Florida's west coast could see a storm surge up to 12 feet during high tide. They go into some of the current surge forecasts for Milton as of Monday morning. They were predicting the storm surge heights, that's measured above ground level somewhere in the Anclote River, Florida to Inglewood. 8 to 12 feet. Tampa Bay also forecast 8 to 12 feet. Yankeetown to the Anclote River, 5 to 10. Charlotte Harbor, 5 to 10 feet. Swanee River to Yankeetown, 3 to 5. Now, AccuWeather forecasters are actually a bit even more pessimistic. Yeah, they're citing that Milton could bring a variety of dangers, including extreme storm surge 10 to 15 feet along and near the coast, including the Tampa Bay area. Destructive winds, major flooding to one of the most densely populated parts of the Sunshine State, the I-4 corridor, especially from Tampa toward Orlando. But what we have is when the winds of a hurricane push down on the water, it's not a big deal out in the ocean. But as the storm approaches the shore, the water has nowhere to go except upward and inland. Storm surges can cause extreme flooding in coastal areas, especially if they coincide with the time of high tide. Surges are affected by storm intensity, forward speed, and the size of the storm, and the angle of approach to the coast. Then you've got the shape and the characteristics of the coastline. Storm surge is measured in the number of feet above the ground that the water will be. If the winds are expected from a storm, residents may be able to hunker down in a strong building, but most buildings are simply not built to withstand wave action from 12 feet of water. Water weighing approximately 1,700 pounds per cubic yard slamming into them over and over for hours. Communities have been devastated by storm surge. Often, as we're seeing, in this case, evacuation is the only course. About half of all deaths from hurricanes since 1970 have been attributed to storm surge, according to the National Hurricane Center. And we'll be right back.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Well, you kind of add insult to injury as word comes out in North Carolina as folks continue to clean up following the devastation of Helene. A new health danger has emerged. The massive flooding that swept away roads and towns in some cases also uprooted the underground nests of yellow jackets, bees, and other stinging insects. That has triggered a surge in swarms that attack and sting people, which in turn has prompted the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services to purchase Benadryl and epinephrine injections to help fill requests through hospitals, emergency medical personnel, and doctors, according to the Associated Press. Direct Relief, a humanitarian aid group, said they've already delivered more than 2,000 EpiPens to community health centers, clinics, and pharmacies across the mountains of western North Carolina. Now, they said with every disaster, we get requests for EpiPens, but this one is definitely an outlier. Many of the people coming in with stings are electricians working to restore power lines and other outdoor workers. Pharmacists in the state can also provide emergency refills for people who are already prescribed allergy medications, and the state plans to let people buy epinephrine injections without a prescription. While most people are not allergic to stings from bees and other insects, some have a severe allergic reaction that can lead to anaphylaxis, that can cause difficulty breathing, swelling of the tongue and throat, loss of consciousness, and in some cases death. In these situations, epinephrine should be given immediately. Now, being stung more than a dozen times can also cause a buildup of venom in the body that can trigger dizziness, fever, convulsions, or vomiting. Wearing long-sleeved, light-colored clothing with a smooth finish, along with avoiding perfumes and smelly soaps or deodorants, can reduce your chances of being stung, they say. So what should you do to avoid getting stung? If there's only one around, stay calm and still. Don't swat at it. But if you've got several that are stinging, experts say it's better to quickly get indoors or to a shaded area because bees especially actually release a chemical when they sting that draws other bees. So I guess once you start being stung, you got a sting or two. That's kind of like the call, help, come get them. All right, what else can we pile on to the poor folks there in western North Carolina? Yeah, let's get a timeout here. We'll get a news break. Plenty of room for you on a Tuesday. It is 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Hong Kong, I'm Laura Westbrook. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue to fight in a speech marking a year since the October 7th attacks carried out by Hamas. Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden joined other world leaders in condemning the unspeakable brutality of the Hamas attacks. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
US President Joe Biden says he and his vice president remain fully committed to the safety of the Jewish people, the security of Israel, and its right to exist. Biden and Kamala Harris are calling for the release of more than 100 hostages still being held in Gaza after a surprise attack by Hamas exactly 1 year ago. 1,200 people were killed and more than 250 others, including Americans, kidnapped. Israel's ensuing war in Gaza has killed at least 41,900 Palestinians. There have also been thousands of deaths in the West Bank and Lebanon. Across the United States, people are taking to the streets calling for a ceasefire, and vigils are being held for those who've lost their lives in the past year.
Results of the regional legislature election in the Indian-administered Jammu and Kashmir region will be out on Tuesday, with pollsters saying no one party could reach the majority mark. It's the first election in a decade in the area that's claimed in whole by India, Pakistan and China, but controlled in parts by all of them. Ishan Garg reports.
The election in Jammu and Kashmir saw higher than average voter participation, with many demanding the region to be declared a state once again. In 2019, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government had stripped India's only Muslim-majority region of its semi-autonomous status. Pollsters now say Mr. Modi's BJP party could fall short of the majority mark in the 90-member legislature. Reports say the BJP is hoping to tie up with many independent candidates to secure a victory.
Hurricane Milton has rapidly intensified into a Category 5 storm and is barreling its way towards the U.S. state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis said that Milton could displace a lot more people than Hurricane Helene did less than 2 weeks ago. Benji Heyer reports.
Milton is expected to make landfall in Florida by Wednesday night, hitting major population centers including Tampa and Orlando. Florida's officials are preparing for the largest evacuation there since 2017, when Hurricane Irma slammed into the state. America's southeast has already been impacted by a devastating storm in past days, with Helene killing hundreds of people and besieging parts of the Gulf Coast with flooding not seen in generations. President Joe Biden says his administration is prepositioning life-saving resources, but the federal government admits it may not have the funds to make it through a catastrophic hurricane season.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP, and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I did not tune into Monday Night Football. But that was the Kansas City Chiefs versus the New Orleans Saints. And the Chiefs win. Here we go again. Chiefs now 5-0 on the season. Undefeated. Hey, somebody go back in the archives. Are there some prognosticators out there thinking we could see a three-peat? 3 Super Bowls consecutively. Boy, oh boy. Someone last evening, I think it was going back to Monkey Gouger. Maybe that was on our Friday morning program. Yeah, we were talking about not hearing a whole lot about the southern border, right? Things that the election is just days away. We've got to keep these thousands of illegals crossing on a regular daily basis from being in the headlines. And have you seen anything about any caravans like headed to the USA? And I said, I really haven't. Well, until yesterday. Multiple sources report a large group of mostly Central and South American migrants departed the southern Mexican state of Chiapas, intending to reach the U.S. border. The group reportedly demanded faster processing of transit permits from the new Mexican government. They have a new president, by the way. A female, by the way, Claudia Sheinbaum. Independent journalist Ali Bradley estimated the size of the new caravan to be approximately 6,000. Videographer Aubin Cabela said the migrants expressed frustration with the Biden-Harris CBP-1 app, stating they're unable to make appointments for border crossing at ports of entry or direct flights into the U.S. And the timing of that is so ironic, right? Just suddenly we're trying to let's quiet down the illegal immigration scenario. Let's see. The group departed Tapachula, Chiapas on Saturday and headed for the U.S. southern border. The caravan currently being escorted by Mexico's National Guard, state police, and an ambulance. According to the report, authorities are offering migrants the option to remain in Tapachula and receive assistance with their CB1 applications. Another caravan departed the southern Mexican border region in July, according to Breitbart News. That was a group of approximately 3,000 that began making their way to the U.S.-Mexico border. By mid-September, large migrant group crossings returned to the Eagle Pass, Texas region. The large group crossed the Rio Grande late in the afternoon near the small community of Normandy, Texas, about 16 miles north of Eagle Pass. Breitbart has reported, Texas, the area was once notorious for the frequency of large migrant crossings, but they have slowed the increase. Election year enforcement efforts in Mexico significantly slowed the flow of migrants arriving to the U.S. border. Now, the large group crossings near Eagle Pass continue into the month of October, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety spokesperson, Chris Olivares. Maybe that'll make some headlines. You got another 6 plus 3, about another 9,000 in a caravan headed to the southern border. Then did you catch the news this past day? If you really suck at your job, right, you're supposed to get a promotion. Well, I guess that's the word from the White House. Top aides to President Biden have promoted White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre to senior advisor to the president this past day. Now that promotion suggests some in the White House are eager to replace Karine as press secretary. The press, pretty much across the board, have widely criticized her as a poor communicator. Reported last year that White House aides failed in a purported attempt to boot her from the position in light of what some consider her poor job performance. Now, she is the first black female and first openly gay person to hold the title of press secretary. Her new position as senior advisor to the president will include press duties until Biden leaves office, according to ABC News. Jean-Pierre will now be alongside the rank of the president's top confidants, like senior advisors Mike Danilin, Steve Ricchetti, and Bruce Reed. One White House official, said her promotion shows the faith that Biden has in her, as well as his commitment to having diverse and intergenerational voices guiding him in his decisions. She begins her new role immediately. She will also maintain her press secretary duties through the end of Joe Biden's administration. Now, the first press secretary in decades to also hold the title of senior advisor. This also shows the increased influence of the communications and press operations in the Biden White House. When former senior advisor Anita Dunn left her role, communications director Len LeBolt was promoted to senior advisor. Karine has been a trusted advisor to the president and all of us here at the White House since day one. Her counsel will be critical to get as much done as possible for the American people in the coming months. So said the president's chief of staff. The White House had denied the report the top aides tried to oust her. Infighting and tension reportedly exist between Karine and the National Security Council's John Kirby about how much time each of them are allotted to provide the establishment media with canned public relation remarks during press briefings, according to reports. Okay. So there you go. Par for the course. When you're really bad at your job, let's give you a promotion. Kind of like Kamala Harris. Isn't that the way it works? When you really suck at your job, get out there. Pull up some of the videos where they're interviewing supporters. How do you feel about Kamala Harris running for president? Oh, I think it's great. Oh, I love the idea. Oh, she could be the first female president. Those kind of response, and they say, tell me your favorite accomplishment, singular, just one. Tell me your favorite accomplishment of Kamala Harris as vice president to date. Oh, yeah, you get no response. They all pretty much say, well, I really don't know. I just think it's great that she could be the first, over and over again. Someone that is essentially sucked at all of her duties as vice president. Let's give her a promotion. Let's give her the top job. Let's make her president. In the Northeast, all right, you may be reaching for your fleece or a warm fall beverage. Get ready for some of the coolest air of the season. Maybe even for some, a few flakes of snow. You had the front passing through over the past day or so, and some of the coming behind that front, not just impacting those out and about looking at the fall foliage, but those with agricultural interest. Temperatures for many will flirt with the freezing mark for the first time since last spring. Temperatures, highs are going to be dropping a few degrees with each passing day here. That's going to equate to, for some, highs only in the 50s during the day. Overnight lows, 30s and lower 40s by the middle and end of this week. Even some of the big cities along the I-95 corridor will struggle to make it into the 60s between tomorrow, Wednesday, and the end of the week. Initially, a dry air mass and a cool breeze can limit areas that get frost. But that risk is going to increase later this week. High pressure moves overhead by Wednesday night and Thursday night. Winds subside interior areas, Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, parts of upstate New York are at definite risk, flirting with temperatures around the freezing mark, especially during the early morning hours. And that chilly air is going to have some staying power as well. Some of the higher terrain, the Adirondacks, the Green, the White Mountains, may see the first flakes of snow Wednesday and Thursday of this week. The possibility will come courtesy of chilly air sweeping south out of Canada. It's not out of the question some of the higher elevation folks may wake up to a light coating of snow by Thursday morning for northern New York into northern New England. The deeper valleys should stay warm enough to just see a few sprinkles or rain showers in those areas. Hello to Rick in Columbus, where, yes, this morning it's a bit cool out there. 44, he says, at this hour in Columbus, Ohio. The change of the seasons is coming on, isn't it? I know it's not the right wing nut. It can't be.
Right wing nut impersonator. Somebody's got to call in and fill in for the right wing nut. Yeah, we've been missing his calls. He was out. He stuck that thumb of his in where it didn't belong. I tell you what, that Charlie Farkas impersonator brought me a box of cigars. Steve, I opened up the wrapper and they just fell apart. I don't know about him. He said he paid $50 for that box. Well, I reimbursed him $20. You think I may have got ripped off?
Yeah, I heard something about. I think those were found. I think did you check the expiration date by chance? I think those were dated something about like 2018, I believe.
No, actually, I checked them after that. It was 1988.
Oh, 88.
So yeah, they dried out pretty good. I'm gonna need an adult beverage. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That GMABS Enterprises cough medicine. That stuff really works good. Hey, have you given any more thought about that infomercial cover while you're on?
I think we've thought that one through pretty clearly. What do you say? We'll take a pass on that, right? All right. One quick note before we get our final time out here on a Tuesday. Paying athletes, college athletes, the NCAA has agreed to a $2.78 billion settlement for athletes' pay. That gets the preliminary okay. A federal judge granting that approval this past day. A settlement that would transform college sports, allowing schools to pay players. District Judge Claudia Wilkin released an order setting a timeline for a deal that would put millions of dollars into the pockets of college athletes who can begin applying for payment on October 18th, 10 days from today. A final hearing set for April 7 of 25, the day that one of college sports' biggest moneymakers, a.k.a. March Madness, ends with college basketball's national title game. If completed, this would allow the largest schools to establish a pool of about $21.5 million in the first year to distribute money to athletes through a revenue sharing plan. Athletes would still be able to cut name, image, and likeness deals with outside groups. Now, they say former college athletes from as far back as 2016 will be able to apply for their share of the $2.576 billion set aside to help them recoup money that they could have made from name and likeness deals, which were not allowed until 2021. The judge approval, 11 days after the attorneys tweaked the wording in the original settlement agreement to address the judge's concerns. The main change involved getting rid of the word boosters and replacing that with a better defined description of whose potential name and likeness deals would be subject to oversight by a neutral arbitrator once the deal goes through. That did not, however, strike to the heart of the settlement, which sets up a revenue-sharing arrangement between schools and athletes who, for decades, played for scholarships, a few expenses, and not much else, while the coaches and athletic departments raked in millions. Now, the $21.5 million figure comes from the 22% average revenue that power conference schools generate through media rights, tickets, and other sources that will be recalculated periodically through the 10-year window that the agreement covers, they say. Not every school will chip in the full amount. Those who will hurry up to find ways to replace what they'll pay out to athletes, they worry it could impact their overall sports program, especially the non-revenue sports that play an outsized role in populating things like the U.S. Olympic rosters. I don't know, how much are college players going to be making in these days ahead? It is 844-844-3388.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, I got what would be the 5 a.m. Eastern Time update from the National Hurricane Center. All right, so Milton is beginning to pick up forward speed. Now moving toward the east-northeast near 12 miles per hour, up from about 9 a few hours ago. A turn toward the east-northeast and northeast is expected today and Wednesday. On the forecast track, the center is forecast to move just north of the Yucatan Peninsula today, approaching the west coast of the Florida Peninsula Wednesday. Forecast to make landfall in Florida Wednesday night. Keep in mind when they say landfall, that's when the center of circulation, the dead center, if you made a dot in the center of, say, the eye, when that dot actually crosses over land. Well before that, you'll have the tropical storm and even hurricane force winds impacting areas well out. As they've been telling us, the size of the storm's expected to grow. And that is indeed the case. Hurricane force winds now extending outward up to 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extending outwards up to 105. So basically 210 miles across. And that's going to continue to grow through the upcoming day. And that's why they're talking about storm surge impacting a much larger area along the western coast of Florida. Maximum sustained winds have held at 155 miles per hour. So that's a strong Category 4 as we continue to expect some fluctuations in intensity. And looks like the National Hurricane Center has kind of jumped on board. We were just talking about the storm surge forecast, where they had been talking maybe 6 to 10 feet in some places. They've kind of upgraded that to include Tampa Bay. They're now saying 10 to 15 feet. Storm surge. This is going to raise water levels 4 to 6 feet above ground level along the northern coast of the Yucatan. But there in Florida, much higher. The deepest water will occur along the immediate close near and to the south of the landfall location. And the surge will be accompanied by, on top of the actual surge, large, dangerous waves. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. We will have all the latest here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone.